Tonight, let us drift back into the soft candlelight of 18th century Europe, where ink stains fingers, ideas move faster than armies, and a single mind can unsettle kings. This is the life of Voltaire, a man remembered not for silence, but for a voice that refused to sleep. He was born François-Marie Arouet in Paris in 1694, into a world ruled by ceremony, hierarchy, and fear of dissent. France glittered on the surface, yet beneath the silk and powdered wigs lay prisons, censorship, and a church tightly bound to the state. From an early age, the young Arouet showed an inconvenient gift. He noticed contradictions, and he laughed at them. His wit was sharp, musical, and dangerous. In a society where words could wound more deeply than swords, Voltaire learned quickly that humor was both shield and weapon. As a young man, he wrote verses that circulated quietly, then loudly. They mocked the powerful, they questioned authority, they suggested, almost casually, that kings were not gods and priests were not always holy. For this, Voltaire paid the predictable price. In 1717, he was sent to the Bastille, not for violence, but for words. The stone walls were thick, the air stale, and the message clear. Think carefully, or do not think at all. Voltaire chose the third option. He thought more clearly than ever. When he emerged, he adopted a new name, Voltaire, a rebirth through language. It was not merely a pen name. It was a declaration. He would write faster than his enemies could silence him. Plays, poems, essays flowed from his desk. He understood the power of accessibility. Philosophy, he believed, should not whisper in Latin to scholars alone. It should speak plainly, even playfully, to everyone. Yet France remained dangerous terrain. After another clash with aristocratic power, Voltaire was forced into exile. England became his refuge, and there his mind opened further. He encountered constitutional monarchy, religious pluralism, and the bold ideas of thinkers like John Locke and Isaac Newton. England was not perfect, but it allowed disagreement to breathe. Voltaire watched carefully. He compared. He learned. And when he returned to France, he carried these observations like smuggled contraband. His letters concerning the English nation quietly undermined absolutism. He praised tolerance. He admired scientific inquiry. He suggested that reason, not tradition, should guide society. The book was burned. Voltaire once again fled. This pattern would repeat throughout his life. Write, offend, escape, continue. It was not cowardice. It was survival. Voltaire's most famous weapon was satire, and its sharpest blade was a small book called Candide. On the surface, it is almost childlike. A story of a young man wandering the world, suffering endlessly, while being told that everything happens for the best. But beneath the simplicity lies a devastating critique of blind optimism, religious cruelty, war, and philosophical complacency. Villages burn, earthquakes kill indiscriminately, priests betray their vows. And still, the philosopher Pangloss insists the world is perfect. Voltaire does not shout his disagreement. He smiles and lets the absurdity speak. As the years passed, Voltaire became something rare, a living institution of dissent. From his estate at Ferney, near the Swiss border, he wrote thousands of letters. Kings sought his approval. Thinkers sought his advice. Victims sought his voice. When men were tortured or executed unjustly, often in the name of religion, Voltaire intervened. He investigated, he publicized, he embarrassed the authorities into action. His defense of Jean Calas, a Protestant falsely accused and executed, stands as one of the earliest examples of public intellectual activism. For Voltaire, tolerance was not abstract. It was urgent, despite his reputation as a radical. Voltaire was not a revolutionary in the modern sense. He distrusted mobs as much as tyrants. He believed in enlightened rulers, those guided by reason and law. He admired order, but not oppression. Progress, in his view, came from education, free inquiry, and the steady erosion of superstition. He had little patience for systems that demanded obedience without understanding. As age softened his body, it sharpened his resolve. Voltaire never abandoned irony, but beneath it lay a profound moral seriousness. He opposed slavery. He condemned judicial cruelty. He mocked dogma not to destroy faith, but to free humanity from fear. His famous principle, though often paraphrased rather than quoted, captures his spirit, the defense of expression, even when it offends. In 1778, after decades of exile and caution, Voltaire returned to Paris. He was 83 years old. The city greeted him not as a criminal, but as a legend. Crowds gathered. Academies honored him. His play, Irene, was staged to thunderous applause. The once dangerous writer was now an icon of the Enlightenment. Yet even then, the church hesitated. His beliefs remained suspect. When he died later that year, burial rites were denied. Only later would his remains find rest in the Pantheon among the great minds of France. Voltaire lived long enough to see the first tremors of change, though not the full earthquake of revolution. His legacy is not a system, but a posture of mind, skeptical, humane, restless. He taught Europe to ask uncomfortable questions gently, and therefore effectively. He reminded the powerful that ridicule can be more corrosive than rage. And he showed that ideas, once released, do not sleep. Now, as the candle burns low, let his words fade into quiet. The prisons he feared are ruins. The kings he mocked are names in books. But the habit of questioning, of choosing reason over fear, still lingers, like a calm thought before sleep. Close your eyes. Let the darkness of your room dissolve into the deep, velvety shadow of late autumn in Paris, the year 1694. The air here is cold and heavy, with the scent of wood smoke, wet cobblestones, and the faint, briny tang of the River Seine flowing sluggishly nearby. It is the 21st of November, a Sunday, and the sky's the color of bruised slate. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We find ourselves in the parish of Saint-André-des-Arts, a respectable if cramped quarter of the city, where the stone houses lean together, like old men whispering secrets. Inside one such house, the atmosphere is hushed and anxious. A child has just been born, but there is no celebration, only a frantic, whispered urgency. The infant is François-Marie Arouet, the boy who will become Voltaire, but right now, he is nothing more than a frail collection of bones and pale skin, gasping for every breath. He is so weak that the midwife crosses herself, and the wet nurse fears that even a draught from the window might extinguish him like a cheap tallow candle. His survival seems an impossible gamble. This is the twilight of the Sun King's reign. Louis XIV has been on the throne for over 50 years, and the golden brilliance of his early days has faded into a gloomy, pious austerity. France is exhausted. The streets outside are not paved with gold, but with mud and the debris of a kingdom stretched too thin by endless wars. Famine stalks the countryside, and in Paris, the mood is somber. The king has turned religious in his old age, and the city mimics him, trading revelry for repentance. It is into this world of rigid order and creeping decay that the ultimate rebel is born. A cosmic joke that Voltaire himself would have appreciated had he been able to draw a full breath. His father, Francois Arouet, stands in the corner of the room, a man of parchment and propriety. He is a notary, a keeper of contracts, a steady climber of the social ladder, a man who believes in rules, ledgers, and the comforting predictability of the law. Notaries are the quiet architects of stability. They do not generally produce sons who shake the foundations of Europe. He looks at the sickly child with a mixture of pity and pragmatism, likely wondering if he should prepare a baptismal certificate or a burial plot. The mother, Marie Marguerite Domar, is of noble blood, a woman of grace who will leave this world when the boy is only 7, leaving behind a memory of tenderness that he will chase in the arms of other women for the rest of his life. But here, in the dim light of the birthing room, a small mystery begins, one that historians still argue over in hushed academic tones. The official records say he is born today, November 21st, 1694. But in later years, Voltaire, never one to let a dull fact stand in the way of a good story, will claim he was actually born months earlier, in February, and that his true father was not the boring notary Arouet, but a dashing aristocrat and songwriter named Rochebrune. Was it true? Likely not. But Voltaire loved the idea of being a child of poetry rather than a child of paperwork. It was his first fiction, his first attempt to rewrite reality to suit his imagination. For now, however, the truth is simpler and more fragile. The family rushes the baby to the church of Saint-André des Arts the very next day, fearing he will die unbaptized. The priest sprinkles the holy water, the Latin words are murmured into the cold nave, and the boy is signed into existence. He is not expected to live through the winter. Yet, as the city sleeps under a blanket of frost, and the night watchman calls out the hour, the small heart in the cradle keeps beating, a stubborn rhythm, a refusal to fade. Against all odds, the invalid child survives, nursing a strength that is not physical, but entirely invisible. A spark of mind waiting for the wind to catch it. The frail infant grew, against every grim prediction, into a wiry, spirited boy with eyes that seemed to take in more than they should. By the age of 10, young François-Marie was no longer in danger of flickering out. Instead, he burned with a restless, fidgety energy that exhausted his dour father. The notary Arouet, a man of ledgers and solid ambition, looked at his son and saw a problem to be solved. The boy was too clever, too sharp-tongued, and entirely uninterested in the dusty stability of the law. And so, in 1704, François-Marie was sent to the College Louis-le-Grand, the most prestigious school in Paris, run by the formidable Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. Imagine walking through those heavy oak gates on a crisp morning. The air inside smells of beeswax, old parchment, and the damp wool of black cassocks. It is a world of stone corridors and disciplined silence, broken only by the scratching of quills and the chanting of Latin verbs. Here, the sons of the nobility and the sons of the ambitious bourgeoisie sat side by side, learning the art of being French gentlemen. For the next 7 years, this would be Arouet's universe. The Jesuits were the schoolmasters of Europe, renowned for their intellect and their theatrical flair. They did not merely teach boys to read, they taught them to perform. Education at Louis-le-Grand was a grand stage. The fathers believed that the best way to instill Latin into a young mind was through the drama of the ancients. And so, François-Marie did not just translate Cicero and Virgil, he embodied them. He learned the rhythm of a perfect sentence, the rise and fall of a rhetorical argument, and the precise moment to pause for effect. It is one of history's great ironies that the Church, in its desire to create defenders of the faith, sharpened the very blade that would one day be pressed against its throat. They taught him logic to defend God, and he learned logic to question him. They taught him the power of a well-placed word, and he stored that knowledge like gunpowder in a cellar. Yet, it would be a mistake to think of this time as miserable. Historians often note the surprising warmth Voltaire felt for his teachers, particularly Father Poré, a man of gentle wisdom who recognized the genius simmering in the impertinent boy in the front row. Arouet was a difficult student, brilliant, yes, but incapable of letting a contradiction pass without a smirk. One can imagine the classroom, the winter light filtering through high, dusty windows, the stove in the corner giving off a faint, smoky heat, and Father Poré reading a passage on divine justice. And there is young Arouet, raising a hand, his voice piping up with a question that is polite on the surface, but devastating underneath. The class giggles, the priest sighs, half annoyed, half impressed. It is said that Father Poré once looked at the boy and prophesied, with a shake of his head, that this child would become the Coryphaeus of deism, the leader of the skeptics. It was a warning, but perhaps in the deep recesses of the teacher's heart, it was also a compliment. Life at the college was not all theology and verbs. It was a microcosm of the world outside. Arouet made friends who would shape his destiny, future ministers, dukes, and diplomats. He learned the social geography of power. He realized that intellect could bridge the gap between his own middle-class background and the high nobility. If he could make a duke laugh, he was the duke's equal, at least until the laughter stopped. He polished his wit until it gleamed. He wrote poems for his classmates to give to their sweethearts, and he wrote satires to mock the teachers he liked least. He was discovering that ink is cheaper than a sword and reaches much farther. There is a delightful, quiet humor in imagining the Jesuits feeding this cuckoo in their nest, correcting his Latin grammar, while he practiced the insults he would one day use to dismantle their entire order. But beneath the cleverness lay a genuine hunger. The Jesuits introduced him to the theater, and he fell in love, a love that would outlast every human romance of his life. The school staged grand plays, tragedies in Latin and French, complete with costumes and sets. When Arouet stepped onto the stage, the frail notary's son vanished. In the glow of the footlights, reciting the sorrows of kings and heroes, he felt a power that the law could never offer. He realized that the theater was a temple where emotions could be manipulated, where tears could be drawn from stone, and where ideas could be planted in the collective mind. He decided, then and there, that he would not be a lawyer. He would be a creator. Of course, this ambition horrified his father. Monsieur Arouet paid the tuition bills with the expectation of producing a magistrate, a man who would wear grand robes and sit in the Parlement of Paris, solid and respectable. When François-Marie came home for holidays, reciting verses And talking of tragedies, the dinner table grew tense. The father would speak of contacts, of dowries, of the steady accumulation of wealth. The son would reply with a rhyme, a quip, a flight of fancy that left the older man sputtering. It is the oldest story in the world, the practical father and the poetic son. But in this household, the stakes were high. The father had the law on his side. The son had something more dangerous, charm. As his school days drew to a close in 1711, the 17-year-old Arouet stood on the precipice of adulthood. He was small, thin, with a long nose and a mischievous mouth, buzzing with an energy that seemed to vibrate the air around him. He left Louis le Grand with a mastery of classical culture that few could match. He knew the gods of Rome better than the saints of Paris. He had learned the rules of the establishment perfectly, which meant he knew exactly how to break them. The Jesuits had done their job too well. They had trained a champion of the mind, hoping he would fight for them. Instead, he stepped out of the heavy oak gates, looked at the sprawling, messy, contradictory city of Paris, and decided to fight for himself. The schoolboy was gone, the wit was born, and waiting for him, just beyond the sphere of his father's frown, was a world of libertines and late-night suppers, ready to welcome the most dangerous mind in France. When the heavy gates of Louis le Grand finally closed behind him, François-Marie did not step into a void. He stepped into a carriage. Waiting for him was his godfather, the Abbé de Châteauneuf, a man who wore his priesthood as lightly as a summer scarf. If the Jesuits had taught the boy how to speak to God, the abbé would teach him how to speak to men, specifically the dangerous, delightful men of the Société du Temple. Imagine the carriage rattling over the cobblestones, moving away from the austere Latin Quarter toward the Marais, where the old palace of the Knights Templar stood. The sun is setting, casting long violet shadows across the city, and the air is turning cool. Inside the carriage, the abbé smiles at his godson. He knows that the notary Arouet intends for the boy to study law, to settle down, to become boring. The abbé has a different curriculum in mind. The temple was a fortress of stone, a remnant of the medieval crusaders. But by 1711, it had been transformed into a fortress of pleasure. It was the headquarters of the libertines, a word that today suggests mere scandal and unlaced bodices, but in the 18th century carried a heavier, more intellectual weight. A libertine was one who had liberated his mind from the chains of dogma. These were free thinkers, skeptics, and Epicureans who believed that since life was short and God was silent, the best response was to enjoy the wine and refine the conversation. They were led by the Grand Prieur, Philippe de Vendôme, a man with the face of a ruined statue and a reputation that made mothers cross themselves. Young Arouet, thin as a reed and buzzing with nervous energy, was introduced into this circle like an exotic pet. One can picture the scene. A room draped in heavy crimson velvet, lit by 100 wax candles that soften the faces of the aging aristocrats. The air is thick with the scent of roasted game, pipe tobacco, and the metallic tang of expensive Bordeaux. The men here are 3 times Arouet's age, generals, dukes, poets, men who have seen the wars of the previous century and have grown tired of glory. They sit in high-backed chairs, their wigs slightly askew, trading witticisms like playing cards. And there, in the center of them, stands the notary's son. He does not cower. He recites a verse. He cracks a joke about the Jesuits. He challenges a duke on a point of history. and the room erupts in laughter. They adored him. They called him their little poet, unaware that the mascot would one day outshine them all. This was his true university. At the temple, Orway learned that wit was the only currency that defied inflation. He learned to debate without anger, to mock without shouting, and to question the sacred without losing his smile. Historians often point out that while the Jesuits gave him his tools, the libertines gave him his target. It was here that he absorbed the philosophy of skepticism, the idea that certainty is the enemy of truth. He watched these powerful men who bowed to the king at Versailles by day, dismantle the monarchy with sharp words over supper by night. It was a lesson in duality that he would never forget. The world is a stage, and one must know which mask to wear. But there was one encounter in these early days that feels almost too cinematic to be true. Yet history assures us it happened. The Abbé de Châteauneuf took the boy to meet the legendary Ninon de l'Enclos. She was 85 years old, a woman who had been the most famous courtesan of her age, the lover of great statesmen, and a muse to poets who were now dust. She lived in a darkened room. Her beauty faded into a delicate skeletal grace, her eyes still burning with an undimmed intelligence. Imagine the scene. The ancient woman, lying on a chaotic bed of pillows, peering at the teenage boy through the gloom. She asked him questions. He answered with that characteristic spark, that refusal to be dull. She saw something in him, a reflection of the wit that had once ruled Paris. In her will, she left him 2,000 francs, specifically to buy books. It was a symbolic passing of the torch. The grande dame of the libertine past was funding the architect of the philosophical future. Of course, not everyone was charmed. Back in the respectable house on the left bank, Monsieur Arouet was pulling his hair out. The reports reaching him were horrifying. His son was not attending law lectures. He was dining with dukes. He was not drafting contracts. He was writing odes. The conflict between father and son deepened into a trench warfare of the dinner table. The father would thunder about the stability of a legal career, about the pension, about the dignity of the magistracy. The son would reply with maddening calm, "I do not wish to be anything but a man of letters." To a practical man like François Arouet, this was equivalent to saying, "I wish to starve in a gutter." He famously exploded, telling the boy that literature was a profession that led only to the hospital or the poorhouse. There is a gentle humor in the father's despair. He was entirely right, of course, for 99% of aspiring poets. He just happened to be the father of the one exception. In a desperate bid to cure the boy of his poetry, Monsieur Arouet sent him to law school. François-Marie pretended to go. He registered. He bought the robes. And then he promptly lost himself in the city. He spent his tuition money on the theater. He spent his study hours in the cafes that were springing up around Paris, places like the Café Procope, where the coffee was strong and the rumors were fresh. Here, the news was not read in papers, which were heavily censored, but whispered from table to table. Arouet listened. He learned the rhythm of gossip, the power of a scandalous couplet. He began to write satire, short, biting verses that mocked the establishment. He realized that, in a repressed society, a joke is a secret handshake. If you can make people laugh at the king, you have already diminished his power. The tension in the Arouet household grew so thick it could be cut with a knife. The father threatened to disown him, to send him to the colonies, to lock him up. The son, armed with the arrogance of youth and the validation of the temple aristocrats, refused to bend. He was intoxicated by his own mind. He felt the old world of Louis XIV crumbling. The king was dying, the wars were ending in stalemate, the treasury was empty, and he felt a new world waiting to be written. He did not want to document the law. He wanted to legislate reality. But reality has a way of striking back. The father, realizing that the law school ruse had failed, decided on a more drastic measure. If the boy loved the high society so much, he would see the world, not as a guest, but as a servant of the state. It was time for a change of scenery, a forced march away from the seductions of Paris. The little poet was about to be packed off, far from the temple's velvet chairs, to learn that the world outside was colder, harder, and far less amused by his wit. What this passage quietly reveals is that Voltaire's rebellion did not begin in rage, but in comfort. His skepticism was born not in prison cells or public squares, but on velvet chairs, between good wine and better jokes. This matters because it reminds us that revolutions of the mind often start in salons, not streets. The temple was less a conspiracy than a rehearsal space, where ideas could be tested safely before they were released into the world. There is a gentle parallel here with ancient Athens, where young men learned democracy not in the assembly, but at dinner parties hosted by older, disillusioned elites. In both cases, wit became a survival skill in aging societies that still pretended to be strong. Voltaire's talent was sharpened in this protected environment, but it also carried a risk. Irony can distance as much as it enlightens. Some historians argue that this libertine education softened Voltaire, that it trained him to mock power rather than dismantle it. Others see it as essential preparation, teaching him how to speak truths without immediately being destroyed. Both views can coexist. What is clear is that this early ease made his later suffering more instructive and more dangerous to those in authority. As you listen to this moment of beginnings, ask yourself quietly, can a mind truly challenge the world if it first learned freedom in comfort? The servitude his father arranged was a diplomatic post in The Hague, a city of grey canals, damp brick, and serious men discussing treaties. It was late 1713, and the intention was to bore the young poet into becoming a bureaucrat. Instead, François-Marie turned the embassy into a stage for a farce. He did not study international law. He studied the eyes of a girl named Olympe de Noyer, nicknamed Pimpette. She was a French Protestant refugee, poor and entirely unsuitable. With the reckless passion of a 19-year-old who believes life is a play, Arouet plotted a romantic abduction. There were secret letters, disguises, and midnight rendezvous. He even planned to smuggle her out of the house in a laundry basket. The ambassador, terrified of a scandal, discovered the plot and confined the aspiring Romeo to his room. Arouet, undeterred, climbed out the window. The result was swift and unromantic. He was shipped back to Paris in disgrace, leaving Pimpette behind. His father, now truly desperate, threatened to send him to the West Indies, a threat that hung in the air like the smell of a coming storm. But history has a way of intervening in family squabbles. In September 1715, the great heartbeat of France stopped. Louis XIV, the Sun King, died. His body, gangrenous and smelling of decay long before the end, was wheeled towards the Basilica of Saint-Denis. The crowds did not weep. They jeered. Along the road to the crypt, makeshift tents sold wine and sausages, and the people sang mocking songs about the monarch who had reigned too long. Arouet watched this spectacle and understood something profound. Power is terrifying when it stands, but ridiculous when it falls. With the old king dead, the throne passed to his 5-year-old great-grandson, Louis XV, leaving the kingdom in the hands of a regent, Philippe d'Orléans. The regency was a sudden explosion of light after decades of gloom. The court moved from the stiff, pious Versailles to the Palais Royal in the heart of Paris. Morals were loosened, corsets were unlaced, and the censorship laws became, for a brief moment, a suggestion rather than a rule. It was a world perfectly calibrated for Arouet. He was 21, brilliant, and hungry for fame. He frequented the cafes and the salons, reciting verses that were sharper than ever. But he made a critical error. He mistook the regent's personal debauchery for political weakness. Philippe d'Orléans was a man of pleasure, yes, rumored to host orgies and dabble in the occult. But he was also the ruler of France. When Arouet wrote a stinging satire hinting at the regent's scandalous relationship with his own daughter, the laughter in the salons grew nervous. The confrontation that followed is the stuff of legend. Though historians debate the exact wording, it is said the regent met the young poet in the Tuileries garden on a breezy afternoon. The duke, amused but dangerous, looked down at the diminutive writer and said, "Monsieur Arouet, I bet I can show you something you have never seen." Arouet, never able to keep his mouth shut, asked what that might be. "The inside of the Bastille," the regent replied. Arouet laughed, but the joke was over. In May 1716, a frantic letter arrived, not from a fan, but from the king's police. He was not arrested. Not yet. But he was banished. He was ordered to leave Paris and reside in Toul, a grim, muddy town in the remote Corrèze region. It was a sentence of boredom, a fate worse than death for a Parisian wit. Arouet, however, was a master of negotiation. He pleaded that Toul would kill him, citing his delicate health and his need for better air. His friends at the temple pulled strings, and the sentence was softened. He was allowed to serve his exile at the Château of Sully-sur-Loire, guests of the Duke of Sully. Imagine the change of scenery, from the smoke and noise of Paris to the vast, silent majesty of the Loire Valley. The château was a fairy tale fortress with pointed turrets and a moat that reflected the drifting clouds. It was beautiful, luxurious, and for Arouet, absolutely suffocating. Life at Sully was a golden cage. The days were long and languid. He hunted, though he was a terrible shot. He flirted with the local noblewomen, who were charmed to have a Parisian celebrity in their midst. He wrote endless letters, begging his friends to send him news, gossip, anything to break the silence. "I'm in a beautiful prison," he wrote, "but I would prefer a dirty street in Paris." Yet this forced pause was fruitful. Without the distractions of the cafes, he had nothing to do but write. He began to draft serious tragedies, working on the rhythms of verse that would later conquer the stage. He learned to listen to the quiet, to the wind in the poplars, and the creak of the ancient floorboards. He was refining his voice, stripping away the juvenile urge to merely shock, and finding the deeper resonance of a true dramatist. But the itch to provoke was incurable. He wrote begging letters to the regent, pledging loyalty, promising silence, swearing that he was a changed man. The regent, perhaps missing the boy's wit, or perhaps simply tired of the Duke of Sully's petitions, eventually relented. Towards the end of 1716, Arouet was allowed to return to Paris. He came back like a diver, gasping for air. The city seemed brighter, louder, more alive than ever. He swore to his father that he would be careful. He swore to himself that he would be prudent. It lasted less than a year. The atmosphere in Paris had soured. The region's economic policies were failing, and the people were angry. A savage Latin inscription appeared, mocking the regent and his government. It was called Puero Regnante, in the reign of a boy. The police needed a culprit. They needed a name. And who was the most famous, most reckless mouth in Paris? A spy filed a report claiming that Arouet had recited the lines in a public garden. It did not matter that he might not have written them. He was the symbol of dissent, and symbols must be managed. This time there would be no shadow in the country. This time the regent would make good on his promise in the garden. On a warm morning in May 1717, Arouet was sleeping in his room on the Rue de la Calandre. He was dreaming, perhaps, of a new play or a new mistress. He did not hear the heavy boots on the stairs. He did not hear the rustle of the lettre de cachet, the royal warrant that could imprison a man without trial, indefinitely. When the knock came, it was polite but firm. The officers were not there to debate philosophy. They told him to dress. They allowed him to pack a few books and a nightshirt. As he was led out into the daylight, he might have glanced up at the sky, realizing that the blue expanse was about to be replaced by stone. The carriage ride was short. It rumbled through the familiar streets, turned toward the ominous eastern gate of the city, and stopped before the lowered drawbridge of the fortress that cast a shadow over the entire French imagination. The great iron chains of the drawbridge groaned, a sound like the clearing of a giant rusty throat, and the wooden plank lowered across the moat. François-Marie Arouet stepped into the shadow of the Bastille. It was May 16th, 1717. He was 22 years old. To the modern mind, the Bastille is a symbol of horror, a place of torture and skeletons rattling in cages. But the reality, which Arouet was about to discover, was stranger and more bureaucratic. This was not a dungeon for common thieves. It was a warehouse for the embarrassing mistakes of the elite. As the heavy doors slammed shut behind him, cutting off the noise of the Rue Saint-Antoine, he was not thrown into a rat-infested pit. He was escorted to a room in one of the towers, likely the Bertaudière Tower, which was cold certainly and sparsely furnished, but it had a window. It was a slit in the stone, high up, offering a slice of the sky and a view of the busy faubourg below, where people walked freely, unaware that the most dangerous mind in France was watching them from behind 10 feet of granite. The silence of the Bastille was its true torture. It was a silence so thick it felt like a physical weight pressing against the eardrums. There were no clocks in the cells. Time was measured only by the creeping movement of light across the stone floor and the changing of the guard. For a young man whose life had been a whirlwind of suppers, theaters, and witty repartee, this sudden vacuum was a shock. The first few days were a battle against panic. He was alone with his thoughts, and for a man of his temperament, that was a crowded room. He paced. He counted the stones. He listened to the distant bells of Paris, tolling hours that no longer belonged to him. The governor of the prison, Monsieur de Bernaville, was a polite jailer who occasionally invited distinguished guests to dine. But for the most part, Arouet was left to the mercy of his own mind. It is here, in the damp solitude, that the miracle of his resilience began to show. A lesser man might have crumbled or turned to prayer. Arouet turned to work. He was denied paper and ink at first, a deliberate cruelty to stifle a writer. So, he wrote without them. He treated his memory as a library. He began to compose a grand epic poem, La Ligue, later known as the Henriade, celebrating Henry IV, the king who had ended the religious wars of the previous century. It was a daring subject, praising a tolerant monarch while imprisoned by an intolerant one. He composed the verses in his head, line by line, stanza by stanza, murmuring them aloud to the stone walls until they were etched into his brain. Legend says he managed to acquire a few scraps of paper and wrote between the lines of a printed book he had been allowed to keep. But the truth is even more impressive. He simply refused to forget. He built a cathedral of words in the air, a place where he could walk freely even while his body was locked away. There is a profound irony in this imprisonment. The regent, wishing to silence the boy, had inadvertently given him the one thing he needed most: focus. In the salons of Paris, Arouet was a social butterfly, flitting from joke to joke. In the Bastille, he was forced to become an eagle. He had no audience to perform for, so he had to perform for history. He polished his rhymes until they were diamond hard. He thought deeply about the nature of power, justice, and the absurdity of a system that could lock a man away for a rhyme. The playful mockery of his youth began to harden into a philosophical skepticism. The Bastille did not break him. It cured him of his innocence. He learned that authority was not just ridiculous, it was physical, heavy, and cold. Life inside developed a strange rhythm. The food, surprisingly, was decent. The king paid for the upkeep of his prisoners according to their social station, and Arouet was ranked high enough to want wine and roasted meat. He sometimes played bowling in the courtyard with other prisoners, a surreal image of gentlemen in breeches rolling wooden balls under the looming shadow of the cannons. He even engaged in a mild flirtation with a young woman he saw in a window across the courtyard, exchanging hand signals like a schoolboy. But the nights were long. The winter of 1717 settled in, and the stone walls leached the heat from the air. He suffered from constipation, from eye strain, from the crushing boredom that sits in the chest like a stone. He later joked that he never saw the man in the iron mask, that mythical figure of the Bastille, but he certainly felt the ghostly presence of all those who had vanished into the fortress before him. As the months dragged on, 6, 8, 10, his friends on the outside were not idle. The literary world missed its jester. Petitions were signed. Influential mistresses whispered in the regent's ear. Finally, in April 1718, the order came. It was the frantic, unpredictable nature of the regime. One day you are a threat to the state, the next you are free. The release was as abrupt as the arrest. The heavy door groaned open, the keys rattled, and Arouet was led out into the blinding spring sunshine. He was paler, thinner, his eyes a little harder, but he was alive. He had spent 11 months in the box. He walked out not as a reformed subject, but as a loaded gun. There is a famous anecdote about his release that captures the spirit of the man perfectly. Shortly after regaining his freedom, he was presented to the regent, the very man who had imprisoned him. It was a tense moment. The regent, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt or simply wanting to buy the poet's silence, offered to pay him a pension. Arouet thanked him with an elaborate bow and said, "I thank your Royal Highness for continuing to take charge of my board. but I beg you not to trouble yourself any further about my lodging." The regent laughed. It was the only possible response. You could lock Arouet up, but you could not make him dull. However, the young man who walked out of the Bastille was not the same one who had walked in. François-Marie Arouet had gone into the prison, but he left that name behind in the cell, like a shedskin. He realized that Arouet was the name of a notary's son, a victim, a boy who could be bullied by fathers and kings. He needed a name that belonged only to him, a name that had no history, no father, and no master. He needed a name that sounded like a challenge. In the weeks following his release, as he finished his play Oedipe and prepared to storm the stage, he began to sign his letters with a new, strange invention. He took the letters of his family name, Arouet, and the initials LJ for Lejeune, the younger, and he tumbled them through an anagram, twisting and turning them until they settled into a sharp, elegant shape. He added a touch of aristocratic flair, a rhythm that snapped like a whip. He became Voltaire. Historians have spent centuries arguing over the exact origin of the name. Some say it comes from a nickname for a restless child, le petit volontaire, the little willful one. Others insist on the anagram theory. Some claim it refers to a family estate that never existed. But the origin matters less than the intent. It was a self-baptism. By renaming himself, he was declaring independence from his biology and his society. Arouet was a subject of the king. Voltaire was a citizen of the universe. As he stood on the banks of the Seine in the spring of 1718, breathing the free, dirty air of Paris, he was ready to unleash this new persona on the world. The Bastille had been intended to be his tomb. Instead, it had been his womb. The gestation was over. The birth was about to begin. And the first scream of this newborn creature would not be a cry of pain, but a roar of applause that would shake the chandeliers of the Comédie Française. The autumn of 1718 brought a fever to Paris, but it was not a sickness of the body. It was a contagion of curiosity. Rumors had flown from the cafes to the court that the young prisoner of the Bastille, the man who had walked out of the shadows with a new name, was about to challenge the ghosts of antiquity. The venue was the Comédie Française, the holy temple of French drama, a place where reputations were made or murdered in the span of 3 hours. The date was the 18th of November. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, but inside, the air was stiflingly hot, thick with the smell of tallow candles, unwashed bodies, and heavy perfume. The theater was packed to the rafters. Everyone who mattered was there, the regent's circle, the critics sharpening their quills, the jealous rivals hoping for a stumble, and the curious public waiting to see if the little poet had lost his spark in the cell. But there was one man in the crowd whose presence carried a heavier weight than any duke, François Arouet, the father. He sat, arms crossed, face set in a grim mask of skepticism, waiting to see his son fail so that the boy might finally return to the sensible practice of law. Behind the curtain, the man now calling himself Voltaire was vibrating with that peculiar mix of terror and arrogance that fuels all great performers. He had chosen a subject that was practically a suicide mission, Oedipe. To rewrite Sophocles was audacious. To do it as a debut tragedy was borderline insane. The story of the Theban king who kills his father and marries his mother was the bedrock of classical tragedy, a sacred text. But Voltaire had done something subversive. He had taken the ancient myth of fate and injected it with the modern poison of politics. He had stripped away some of the supernatural awe and replaced it with a critique of power and priesthood. As the candles were trimmed and the audience quieted to a low, expectant hum, the curtain rose. The play began. The actors, draped in the heavy, stylized robes of the 18th century notion of Greece, declaimed the Alexandrine verses. At first, the audience was polite, perhaps a little critical. They were listening for the novice's mistakes. But as the scenes unfolded, a change rippled through the pit and the boxes. The verse was not halting. It was fluid, musical, and striking in its clarity. And then came the lines that would ring across the century. When the character Jocasta spoke of the priesthood, she did not speak with the pious reverence expected of a tragic queen. She looked out into the dark auditorium and declared, "Priests are not what the vulgar crowd think them. Their knowledge lies only in our credulity." The theater went silent for a heartbeat, and then, like a thunderclap, the applause broke out. It was a shocking sentiment to speak aloud in a Catholic kingdom. Yet it was exactly what the audience, tired of religious squabbles and hypocritical cardinals, wanted to hear. Voltaire had not just written a play. He had given a voice to the unspoken cynicism of the Regency. From that moment on, the night was a triumph. The tension in the father's face began to crack. Witnesses claimed that by the third act, the old notary was weeping, overwhelmed not just by the tragedy on stage, but by the undeniable realization that his son was a genius. The rascal had done it. He had conquered Paris. When the play ended, the ovation was raucous. The author appeared, bowing deeply, bathing in the noise. It was a baptism of fire. Oedipe would run for an astounding 45 nights, a blockbuster in an era when most plays folded after 3. It broke box office records. It was parodied, printed, and discussed in every salon. The name Voltaire was no longer a pretension. It was a brand. But let us pause to look at this success through the lens of history, which is often less kind than memory. Scholars today argue that Oedipe is not actually a very good play. It is stiff, overly reliant on the romantic subplots that Voltaire felt forced to add to please the actresses, and it lacks the psychological depth of his later works. If you read it tonight, you might find it dusty. But in 1718, it was electric because of its context. It was the sound of a new generation kicking down the door. It was the audacity of a young man, fresh from prison, lecturing the world on justice. The audience wasn't just clapping for the rhyme schemes. They were clapping for the survivor. They loved the comeback story. The financial rewards were immediate and satisfying. The play made Voltaire rich, at least by the standards of a young bachelor. He received a share of the gate receipts, gifts from wealthy patrons, and, in a supreme twist of irony, a gold medal and a pension from the regent, the very man who had locked him up. The regent, clearly deciding it was better to have Voltaire inside the tent pissing out than outside pissing in, embraced the playwright. At the premiere, Voltaire famously approached the regent's box to pay his respects. When the regent congratulated him, Voltaire smiled, a smile that must have had a razor's edge, and thanked him, adding the cheeky request that His Highness continue to provide for his board, but perhaps stop providing his lodging. The joke was recycled, but the laughter was new. He was untouchable now. The success of Oedipe did more than fill his purse. It reconciled him, however briefly, with his family. The father, wiping his eyes, reportedly embraced his son, murmuring that perhaps there was some value in poetry after all. It was a truce, not a peace treaty, but it allowed Voltaire to walk the streets of Paris with his head high. He began to dress the part of the successful courtier. He bought velvet coats, fine lace, and shoes with silver buckles. He cultivated the friendship of the actors and actresses, particularly the beautiful Mademoiselle de Livry, with whom he fell into a passionate, chaotic romance. He was living the life he had dreamed of at Louis-le-Grand. He was the center of attention, the lover of beauty, and the scourge of dullness. Yet amidst the champagne and the accolades, a subtle shift was happening in his mind. Voltaire realized that fame was a volatile gas. It could lift you, but it could also explode. He saw how quickly the crowd turned on others. He understood that to maintain his position, he needed more than just one hit play. He needed independence. He needed to be free from the whims of patrons and the allowances of his father. He began to look at the world not just as a poet, but as a businessman. He watched how the rich made their money. He listened to bankers as intently as he listened to philosophers. He was plotting a different kind of freedom, one built on gold rather than ink. But for now, he was content to be the toast of the town. He was the author of Oedipe. He was the survivor of the Bastille. He was Voltaire. As the winter of 1718 melted into the spring of 1719, the young playwright moved through the salons with a new swagger. He had proven his point. He had taken the clay of his suffering and sculpted it into a golden calf. But the gods of irony were not done with him. Just as he felt secure, just as he felt the solid ground of success beneath his feet, the ground began to shift. The world of spies, secret diplomacy, and treacherous politics was about to pull him back in. He thought he was done with the state, but the state was never done with him. A strange, shadowy opportunity was forming on the horizon, one that would take him away from the stage and into the murky backrooms of international intrigue. The poet was about to play spy. The year 1719 found Voltaire riding a crest of celebrity, but beneath the velvet coat, the restless mind was already bored. Success, he discovered, had a routine. The applause was sweet, but the daily maintenance of fame, the flattering of dull patrons, the endless suppers, the petty rivalries of the theater, began to feel stifling. He craved motion. Fate, wearing the mask of a diplomatic crisis, obliged. The French government was entangled in a messy web of intrigue involving the Cardinal Alberoni of Spain, who was plotting to overthrow the French regent. It was a classic 18th century conspiracy. Secret letters, hired assassins, and the shifting loyalties of European courts. The regent needed eyes and ears. He needed someone charming enough to be invited everywhere, but sharp enough to notice everything. He needed Voltaire. It is one of the stranger episodes in a life filled with strange turns. Voltaire, the poet, becoming a semi-official spy. In May 1719, he was dispatched back to the Chateau of Sully, the site of his earlier exile. But this time, his mission was different. He was to sniff out treason. The Duke of Richelieu, a dashing, reckless aristocrat and a friend of Voltaire's, was suspected of conspiring with the Spanish. Voltaire's job, ostensibly, was to act as a go-between, a friend who could talk sense into the Duke, or perhaps a friend who could gently extract information for the regent. It was a role that required a double face, and Voltaire played it with a mixture of enthusiasm and clumsiness. He loved the drama of it, the secret messages, the high stakes, but he lacked the cold heart of a true spy. He was too fond of Richelieu to betray him completely, yet too ambitious to fail the regent. He spent weeks in a fog of whispers. He traveled, he wrote coded letters, he dined with conspirators. He even found himself embroiled in a bizarre subplot involving a beautiful female spy, the Baroness de Goertz, who was playing both sides. It was like a scene from one of his future tragedies, only the stakes were real. If he misstepped, he wouldn't get a bad review. He would go back to the Bastille. This brush with the underground world of politics taught him a crucial lesson. The great men of Europe were often improvising. The solemn treaties and royal decrees were merely the surface. The real history was made in whispers, in bribes, and in the vanity of powerful men. He saw the machinery of the state naked, stripped of its pomp, and it looked remarkably like a rusty clockwork toy. Eventually, the conspiracy fizzled out. Richelieu was arrested, though later released. The Spanish plot collapsed, and Voltaire returned to Paris, his pockets full of state secrets and his mind full of cynicism. He had dabbled in espionage and found it dirty. He decided to stick to a cleaner profession, making money. In 1722, his father died. The old notary left a complicated will, trying to tie up his son's inheritance in trusts and legal knots to prevent the poet from squandering it. But Voltaire was now as legally savvy as he was literary. He fought the will, untangled the knots, and secured his share. It wasn't a fortune, but it was capital. And capital, in the hands of Voltaire, was a seed. He began to invest. He bought shares in the Company of the Indies. He loaned money to aristocrats at high interest rates. He realized that the nobility, for all their land and titles, were often cash poor. They needed liquid gold to fund their gambling and their wardrobes. Voltaire, the bourgeois with the noble name, became their banker. It was a reversal of the natural order that delighted him. The men who sneered at his birth were now signing promissory notes to him. He was buying his freedom, coin by coin. This financial independence is the unsung hero of Voltaire's philosophy. A writer who needs a patron must flatter. A writer who is rich can tell the truth. He was building a fortress of livres so that he could fire cannons of truth. During this period, he also embarked on a journey that would add a new texture to his mind, a trip to the Netherlands in 1722. He traveled with a beautiful widow, Madame de Rupelmonde. It was ostensibly a pleasure trip, a chance to see the canals and the art. But for Voltaire, it was a pilgrimage of curiosity. The Netherlands was a revelation. Here was a republic, a land of commerce where merchants were more respected than monks. He saw a society where different religions coexisted, Calvinists, Jews, Catholics, doing business together on the stock exchange. "I have seen the good people of Amsterdam," he wrote, "who do not care if a man is baptized or circumcised, provided he pays his bills." It was a shock to his French sensibilities. In Paris, a Protestant was a criminal. In Amsterdam, he was a customer. This practical tolerance impressed him deeply. He met with Dutch thinkers, publishers, and scientists. He saw the power of a free press, or at least a freer press than France's. He realized that prosperity and tolerance were linked. When people are busy making money and building ships, they have less time to burn their neighbors for theological disagreements. It was a simple, pragmatic observation, but it would become a cornerstone of his later thought: commerce as a civilizing force. The doux commerce, gentle commerce that softened manners and bound nations together. He returned to France in 1723 with his mind expanded and his notebooks full. But he was returning to a country that was tightening its grip. The regent died that year, and the young King Louis XV came of age, bringing with him a renewed influence of the church and a stricter atmosphere. Voltaire, however, felt invincible. He had money, he had fame, he had the memories of Dutch liberty. He moved through the salons with an arrogant ease. He was working on his epic poem, the Henriade, polishing the verses that praised tolerance, preparing to publish it as a manifesto. He was the golden boy of the Enlightenment, sparkling, witty, and dangerously confident. But hubris, as the Greeks he admired so much knew, invites nemesis. Voltaire's nemesis appeared not as a monster, but as a chevalier. The Chevalier de Rohan-Chabot was a minor aristocrat with a major name. He was everything Voltaire was not: noble by blood, dull by nature, and jealous by instinct. He watched this upstart poet, this Arouet, charming the ladies and holding court at the opera. And he felt a burning resentment. Who was this bourgeois to act like a lord? The tension between them was palpable in the corridors of the opera house. It was a clash of two worlds, the old world of blood and the new world of brain. And in the Paris of 1726, these two worlds were about to collide with a violence that would shatter Voltaire's life and send him on the greatest journey of all. One evening at the Comédie Française in the winter of 1726, the Chevalier de Rohan sneered at Voltaire in front of a crowd. "Monsieur de Voltaire, Monsieur Arouet, what is your name, finally?" It was a crude insult, attacking the poet's reinvented identity. Voltaire, without missing a beat, turned and delivered the line that would seal his fate. "Monsieur le Chevalier, I am the first of my name. You are the last of yours." The room gasped. It was a brilliant riposte, implying that Voltaire was creating a legacy while Rohan was merely exhausting one. But in the 18th century, a commoner did not insult a Rohan and walk away. The Chevalier's face went purple. He raised his cane. Voltaire put his hand on his sword hilt. They were separated, but the duel had begun. Not a duel of swords, but a duel of power. And Voltaire, for all his genius, was about to learn that in France, wit was no match for a pedigree. The collision between the poet and the aristocrat did not happen on a battlefield, but on a grey, unremarkable afternoon in early February 1726, while Voltaire was dining at the table of his friend, the Duke of Sully. It is a scene that history has painted in colors of betrayal and bruising irony. Inside the hotel, the fire was roaring, the crystal was gleaming, and the conversation was, as always, sparkling with the wit that Voltaire provided as payment for his seat. He felt secure here. These were his people, or so he believed, the high nobility who laughed at his jokes and applauded his plays. But the illusion of belonging was about to be shattered by a knock at the door. A servant whispered to Voltaire that a messenger was waiting for him downstairs, claiming to have urgent business regarding a charitable donation. It was a ruse, clumsy but effective. Voltaire, perhaps expecting a fan or a beggar, rose from the table, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and descended the grand staircase. He stepped out into the street, the Rue Saint-Antoine, where the air was cold and the noise of the city was muffled. There was no beggar. Instead, there were two hired thugs and a carriage parked in the shadows. From the window of the carriage, the Chevalier de Rohan watched. He did not step out to fight. He was a Rohan, and Rohans did not dirty their hands with the sons of notaries. He gave a signal. The thugs descended on the poet, not with swords, but with wooden cudgels. It was a specific choice of weapon. Swords were for gentlemen, sticks were for dogs. They beat him. It was a brutal, rhythmic humiliation, a physical dismantling of his dignity right there on the cobblestones. And as the blows fell, a voice from the carriage, the chevalier's voice, called out an order that has echoed through history with chilling arrogance. Don't hit his head. Something good might still come out of it. The beating stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The thugs retreated. The carriage rattled away, and Voltaire was left bruised, bleeding, and disheveled in the dirt. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological shock. He picked himself up, his fine velvet coat torn, and staggered back into the Duke of Sully's house. He was trembling with a rage so pure it felt like white heat. He burst back into the dining room, expecting, demanding outrage. He told them what had happened. He showed them his wounds. He expected the Duke, his host, his friend, to rise in fury, to call for his sword, to demand justice for an insult delivered on his own doorstep. Instead, the room went quiet. The Duke of Sully looked at the bleeding poet, then looked at his other guests, and offered nothing. A shrug, a murmur of sympathy perhaps, but a refusal to act. The message was devastatingly clear. You are amusing, Monsieur de Voltaire, but you are not one of us. To the Duke, the Chevalier de Rohan, however cruel, was a cousin, a peer, a member of the sacred circle of blood. Voltaire was just a clever bourgeois who had forgotten his place. The beating was unfortunate, yes, but to challenge a Rohan over it, impossible. This moment was the hinge upon which Voltaire's life turned. Before this afternoon, he was a talented climber, desperate to integrate into the aristocracy. After this afternoon, he was a radical. The silence of the Duke of Sully hurt more than the Chevalier's stick. It taught him that in the eyes of the old order, merit would never outweigh birth. Justice was not a universal principle. It was a privilege of rank. Voltaire left the house in a daze, but his confusion quickly hardened into a singular, obsessive purpose: revenge. If the law would not defend him, he would defend himself. He vanished from the social scene. He stopped writing verses and started taking fencing lessons. It is a poignant, almost tragic image. The 31-year-old intellectual, small-boned and physically frail, sweating in a fencing hall, trying to learn how to kill a man who had been trained in arms since the nursery. He was preparing for a duel that the world considered a joke. A commoner challenging a duke? It was not just illegal, it was grotesque. Paris watched this transformation with a mixture of amusement and alarm. The police, acting on the orders of the panicked Rohan family, placed Voltaire under round-the-clock surveillance. Their reports, still preserved in the archives, describe a man on the edge of madness, wandering the city, changing lodgings to avoid detection, and hunting for the Chevalier. He was no longer the witty courtier. He was a loose cannon. He even appealed to the king, writing a desperate letter asking for the right to defend his honor. The response was silence. The entire machinery of the French state, the courts, the police, the crown, mobilized to protect the aggressor and silence the victim. It was a conspiracy of the elite against the individual, a practical demonstration of everything that was wrong with the ancien regime. Voltaire was learning, through the bruises on his body, the lesson he would later teach the world. that without the rule of law, there is no freedom, only the tyranny of the strong. The climax of this tragic farce came in mid-April. The police received a tip that Voltaire was planning to ambush Rohan at the opera. They decided enough was enough. They could not allow a poet to murder a nobleman, nor could they allow a nobleman to be embarrassed by a duel with a poet. The solution was the same as it had been 9 years earlier: the Bastille. On April 17th, 1726, Voltaire was arrested again. This time there was no pretense of a trial. He was simply removed from the board. He was taken back to the fortress, back to the stone silence. But the governor of the Bastille noted a difference in the prisoner. He was not the terrified boy of 1717. He was cold, angry, and negotiating. Voltaire knew he could not rot in prison forever. He had assets now. He had a reputation. He made a proposal to the authorities. If they released him, he would leave France. He would go into voluntary exile. He would cross the Channel to England. The government jumped at the offer. To them, it was the perfect solution. The troublemaker would be gone, the scandal would fade, and the Chevalier de Rohan could go back to his life of undisturbed privilege. On May 2nd, the order for his release was signed. He was escorted by a guard to the port of Calais. Like a dangerous contagion being flushed out of the system, he was allowed to say goodbye to his family, though his father was dead and his brother was indifferent. He left behind his unfinished plays, his treacherous friends, and the city he loved. As he stood on the deck of the ship, watching the coastline of France recede into the mist, he was stripped of everything he had built. His social standing gone, his noble friends exposed as cowards, his faith in the system destroyed. He was leaving as a failure, a man beaten by a stick and kicked out of his own country. But history sees what the Chevalier de Rohan could not. The beating did not destroy Voltaire. It created him. It knocked the snobbery out of him. It severed the emotional cords that bound him to the French court. If he had not been beaten, he might have spent his life as a minor court poet, entertaining the very people who despised him. The Chevalier's cane had inadvertently liberated him. He was heading toward a land where the rules were different, where a merchant was respected, where a writer could think, and where a king could not simply lock up a man because he felt like it. He was heading into the fog of England, and he was bringing with him a mind sharpened by injustice. The little poet was dead. The philosopher was about to land. The journey across the Channel was short, but the distance between the two worlds was vast. He was trading the rigid, sunlit hierarchy of France for the messy, grey, vibrant liberty of the island nation. He did not speak the language. He did not know the customs. But he knew one thing. He would never again let a man with a title tell him who he was. The exile had begun, and with it, the Enlightenment was about to catch a favorable wind. What this moment exposes, quietly but mercilessly, is that violence was not the true injury. Silence was. The blows mattered, but the shrug of the Duke mattered more. This was the precise instant when Voltaire stopped believing in proximity to power and began believing in principles instead. The Ancien Regime did not merely fail him, it revealed itself. We can see a distant echo of this in the Roman Republic's final years, when ambitious outsiders learned that talent could win applause but never protection. Cicero, too, discovered that eloquence could elevate a man until bloodlines closed ranks. In both worlds, the law existed, but only for those already inside the circle. Some historians argue that Voltaire exaggerated the moral clarity of this episode later in life, polishing it into a founding myth. Perhaps memory sharpens pain. Yet even if details blurred, the structural truth remains. Hierarchy answered injury with indifference. That lesson did not make Voltaire gentle. It made him precise. As this ship slips away from France, consider this quietly unsettling question. How many injustices become world-changing ideas only because no one powerful bothered to intervene? The English Channel is a notoriously temperamental strip of water, a grey, churning barrier that has separated the fate of islands from the fate of a continent for millennia. And as Voltaire crossed it in May of 1726, he was leaving behind more than just a coastline. He was leaving behind his identity. The passage was rough, the sky a bruised purple, mirroring the turbulence in his own mind. He was seasick, heartbroken, and seething with the kind of cold, quiet rage that only a man betrayed by his own culture can feel. France, the mother who had nursed him on raciness and wit, had suddenly turned into a wicked stepmother who beat him and locked him out. As the white cliffs of Dover rose out of the mist like the teeth of a new world, Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering in his thin French coat, a man with no country, no patron, and, worst of all for a writer, no audience. He was about to step into a land where his name meant nothing, where his plays were unknown, and where his sharpest weapon, the French language, was as useless as a rusted sword. He disembarked at Greenwich on a day that history records as surprisingly beautiful. It was Whitsuntide, a holiday, and the sun was breaking through the English clouds with a rare golden intensity. The River Thames was not the sluggish, muddy artery he knew in Paris. It was a forest of masts, a chaotic highway of global commerce where ships from India, the Americas, and the Baltic jostled for space. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. If Paris was a salon, London was a warehouse. He walked into the town of Greenwich and stumbled immediately into a fair. The contrast was shocking. In France, the peasantry was often kept out of sight, a backdrop of ragged misery to the theatre of the court. Here, he saw people, common people, who looked well-fed, dressed in good wool, running races, and drinking ale with a rowdy, terrifying freedom. He saw young women riding horses with the wind in their hair, not confined to carriages. To his exile's eyes, desperate for a silver lining, it looked like Arcadia. He wrote later that he initially thought England was a paradise where everyone was rich and no one was sad. It was a delusion, of course, a trick of the holiday sunshine, but it planted a seed in his mind. Here was a people who did not look like they feared their king. But the illusion of paradise shattered the moment he traveled upriver to London proper. The city was a monster. It was vast, sprawling, and covered in a permanent, choking blanket of black smoke from the burning of sea coal. It smelled of sulfur, brine, and the sweat of 1 million people chasing the shilling. The noise was deafening, the rumble of heavy carts, the shouts of street hawkers, the clang of industry. Paris was a city of stone and style. London was a city of brick and business. And it was here that Voltaire faced his first true crisis of exile, the silence of the chatterbox. He did not speak a word of English to a man whose entire existence depended on the nuance of a phrase, the turn of a rhyme, and the speed of a retort. This was a form of suffocation. He described the English language as a hissing sound, a barbaric clutter of consonants that seemed impossible to untangle. He felt like a deaf mute. He tried to speak Latin to scholars, but the English pronunciation of Latin was so different from the French that they simply stared at him in confusion. He was the wittiest man in Europe, and he could not even order a cup of coffee without pantomiming like a street clown. To make matters worse, his financial safety net snapped. He had carried with him a bill of exchange, a promissory note from a banker, that was meant to be his fortune in this new land. When he arrived at the London counting house to cash it, he found the doors locked and the windows dark. The banker had gone bankrupt. Voltaire was stranded. He was alone in the big smoke, sick with the lingering effects of his travel, nearly penniless and unable to speak. The despair he felt in those first weeks is often glossed over by historians who rush to his later triumphs, but it was a crucial dark night of the soul. He spent his days wandering the strange, labyrinthine streets, observing the alien customs. He saw men fighting with their fists in the street, a shocking display of raw violence to a man used to the formalized violence of the tool. He saw newspapers being read by everyone, from dukes to chimney sweeps, in the noisy coffee houses that served as the parliament of the people. He was an outsider, a ghost haunting the edges of a society he could not enter. His lifeline came in the form of Lord Bolingbroke, a man he had known in France during Bolingbroke's own exile. The English aristocrat welcomed the beleaguered poet, and through him, the doors of British society began to crack open, if only just a little. Bolingbroke introduced him to the literary circle of the day, men like Alexander Pope and Jonathan Swift. One can imagine the scene. A dinner party in a drafty English manner, the air thick with pipe smoke and heavy political talk. Voltaire sits there, listening intently, his dark eyes darting from face to face, trying to catch the rhythm of the conversation. He is the smartest person in the room, but he is trapped behind the glass wall of language. Yet, he notices something profound. These men are not just poets, they are political forces. Pope is a Catholic in a Protestant land, yet he is celebrated. Swift is an Irishman attacking the government with savage satire, yet he is not in the Bastille. In France, writing was a decoration. Here, it was a weapon that the government feared but respected. Voltaire realized that if he was to survive, he had to do more than just endure England. He had to consume it. He made a decision that reveals the sheer stubborn horsepower of his intellect. He would not just learn English, he would master it. He retreated to the village of Wandsworth, to the home of a merchant named Everard Falconer. There, away from the distractions of London, he immersed himself in the language. He went to the theatre every night, sitting in the front row with a copy of the play in his hand, following the lines as the actors spoke them. He listened to the cadence, the slang, the insults. He memorized entire scenes. It was a grueling, humiliating process. He was 32 years old, a celebrated author, forcing himself to stutter through the alphabet like a schoolboy. But slowly, the hissing noise began to separate into words, and the words into ideas. He began to discover the muscular beauty of English, a language that favored directness over decoration, action over ceremony. As the fog of language lifted, the fog of the city seemed to clear as well, revealing the machinery of a society unlike anything he had ever seen. He began to explore the Royal Exchange, the beating heart of the British Empire. He stood in the gallery and looked down at the trading floor, where merchants of every nation, Jew, Muslim, Christian, traded stocks and bonds. He saw that their God was not the jealous deity of the theologians, but the rational God of profit. Presbyterian trusts the Anabaptist, he would later write, with admiring irony, and the Anglican accepts the promise of the Quaker. He saw that commerce was the great peacemaker. In France, the nobility looked down on trade as dirty. Here, the younger sons of peers became merchants, and merchants bought their way into the peerage. The social ladder was slippery, yes, but it was climbable. He also saw the strange, chaotic operation of English liberty. He attended sessions of Parliament, watching men shout at the king's ministers without fear of arrest. He learned about habeas corpus, the magical legal writ that prevented the state from holding a man without trial, the very thing that would have saved him from the Bastille. He realized that the English were not free because they were better people. They were free because they had laws that bound the hands of their rulers. It was a revelation that shook him to his core. He had been raised to believe that a king was the father of the nation, answerable only to God. Here, the king was an employee of the Constitution. Historians still debate the timeline of Voltaire's English transformation. How much he truly understood in those first few months versus how much he reconstructed later in his writings. But there is no doubt that the shock of the crossing was the catalyst. The English Channel had washed away the courtier. The man who emerged from the Wandsworth retreat was no longer just a French poet. He was becoming a comparative anthropologist of freedom. He was beginning to see his own country not as the center of the world, but as a backward province of superstition and tyranny. He walked the streets of London now with a notebook in hand, recording everything: the religious sects, the smallpox inoculations, the respect for science, the irreverence of the press. He was gathering ammunition. He did not know when he would return to France, but he knew that when he did, he would not come back empty-handed. He was smuggling ideas, and as the damp English winter set in, turning the London fog into a thick, yellow pea soup that tasted of coal and mystery, Voltaire sat by a fire, dipping his quill into the ink, and began to translate his thoughts into a new language, preparing to tell the world that there was another way to live. The London sky, usually a tapestry of low-hanging grey wool and coal smoke, occasionally breaks open at night to reveal the cold, hard brilliance of the stars. It was under this English canopy that Voltaire found himself staring up, not as a poet seeking a rhyme for love or night, but as a man suddenly confronting a terrifying new architecture of the universe. In France, the heavens were a crowded place. The physics of René Descartes reigned supreme, teaching that space was a plenum, fully packed with swirling invisible matter, like a cosmic soup, where planets were swept around by vortices. It was a comfortable, cluttered universe, much like the salons of Paris. But here in England, the sky was different. It was vast, empty, and silent. And ruling over this terrifying void was a ghost, Sir Isaac Newton. Newton died in March 1727, less than a year after Voltaire's arrival. The Frenchman witnessed something that would have been hallucinatorily impossible in his homeland: a state funeral for a mathematician. He watched as the body of a scientist lay in state in the Jerusalem chamber of Westminster Abbey, an honor usually reserved for monarchs and conquerors. The pallbearers were not obscure academics, but the Lord Chancellor, 2 dukes, and 3 earls, men of the highest blood carrying the bones of a farmer's son. Voltaire stood in the crowd, stunned. In France, great thinkers were often buried in secret or exile. Here, the government stopped to bow its head to a mind. It was a cultural shock that hit him harder than the language barrier. He realized that in England, intellect was a form of nobility. But who was this man they were burying? And what was this gravity that everyone whispered about? To the average European in the 1720s, Newton's ideas were not settled science. They were bizarre, almost occult heresies. The idea that the moon was held in place by an invisible force pulling across millions of miles of empty space, action at a distance, sounded like magic. It contradicted the mechanical common sense of the time, which held that for one thing to move another, it had to touch it. Voltaire, whose mind was naturally skeptical of invisible things, was initially baffled. He was a man of letters, not numbers. He had left school with excellent Latin, but very little geometry. Yet, he possessed an insatiable, almost predatory curiosity. He decided that if this was the new religion of the English, he would become its theologian. He began to hunt for anyone who had known the great man. He befriended Samuel Clarke, a disciple of Newton and a philosopher of sharp intellect. One can imagine them walking in the orderly English gardens, the gravel crunching underfoot, as Clarke tried to explain the Principia to the poet. Voltaire would ask questions, probing, practical, sometimes naive questions, trying to translate the calculus into concepts he could visualize. He struggled with the math, but he grasped the metaphysics instantly. Newton had not just described how apples fall, he had described a universe of law. There were no divine whims here, no angels pushing planets. There was only a sublime mathematical necessity. For a man who had spent time in the Bastille because of the arbitrary whim of a regent, the idea of a universe ruled by fixed, fair, unbreakable laws was not just physics. It was political poetry. It was during this investigation that Voltaire stumbled upon the story that he would make famous for the rest of history. He visited Catherine Conduit, Newton's niece, and the woman who had cared for him in his old age. They sat, perhaps over tea, in a drawing room filled with the ticking of English clocks, and she spoke of her uncle's eccentricities. She told him a simple anecdote. Years ago, in the plague year of 1666, the young Isaac had been sitting in a garden in Lincolnshire. He was in a contemplative mood. He saw an apple fall from a tree, and in that trivial, silent descent, he asked himself a question that changed the world. Why does that apple always descend perpendicularly to the ground? Why not sideways? Why not upwards? And if this force pulls the apple, does it also reach as high as the moon? Historians still argue whether the apple story is literally true or a convenient fable polished by memory. But Voltaire did not care about the forensic evidence. He cared about the metaphor. He saw the power of the image immediately. It was democratic. Everyone has seen an apple fall. It took the terrifyingly complex math of the cosmos and grounded it in a garden. Voltaire wrote it down. When he later published his letters on the English, he included the story, and it is largely thanks to him that every schoolchild today associates Newton with fruit. He was the first great popularizer of science, the bridge between the high towers of academia and the bustling streets of the public imagination. But embracing Newton meant rejecting Descartes, and this was no small treason for a Frenchman. Descartes was the pride of French philosophy, the man who had said, "I think, therefore I am." To attack his physics was to attack the French intellectual identity. Voltaire famously quipped about the difference between the two nations. A Frenchman who arrives in London finds things very much changed in philosophy as in everything else. He left the world a plenum, and he now finds it a vacuum. It was a joke, but it cut deep. He was suggesting that France was full of hot air, vortices, while England was comfortable with the cold truth of the void. He was choosing the uncomfortable reality of English evidence over the comforting romance of French theory. This shift marked a profound evolution in Voltaire's soul. He was ceasing to be merely a wit, a man who comments on the world, and becoming a philosophe, a man who tries to explain it. He began to see that literature without substance was just decoration. He wrote to a friend, "I am tired of romances. I want to know how I see, how I hear, how I think, and how the universe is made." The poet who had once cared only for the applause of the boxes was now caring for the applause of posterity. He bought prisms. He started playing with light. He read Locke's essay concerning human understanding, which taught him that all knowledge comes from the senses, not from innate ideas implanted by God. This was a radical empiricism that suited his skeptical nature perfectly. If you can't measure it, weigh it, or see it, Voltaire began to suspect it wasn't there. Yet, there is a softness to this scientific awakening. It was not a rejection of wonder, but a redirection of it. One evening, staying at the country house of Lord Bolingbroke, Voltaire walked out into the garden. The night was clear. He looked up at the Milky Way, which Newton had taught him was a vast collection of distant suns. He felt a sense of vertigo, a philosophical shudder. The universe was bigger, older, and colder than the church had ever admitted. But instead of feeling small, Voltaire felt expanded. He realized that the human mind, this fragile thing encased in a skull, had conquered the stars, not by traveling to them, but by understanding them. "We are all insects on a heap of mud," he would later write. "But we are insects who can measure the infinite." The English adventure was doing its work. The exile was no longer a punishment. It was a university. But as he absorbed these high-minded ideas about gravity and light, he was also observing the ground beneath his feet. He saw how the English treated their dead, and the contrast with whom gnawed at him. He had seen Newton buried like a king, but his mind kept drifting back to a different kind of burial, one he had heard about in France, or perhaps one he feared for himself. The respect paid to the scientist highlighted the disrespect paid to the artist. In England, a man's worth was measured by his contribution to the truth. In France, it was measured by his adherence to the dogma. The apple had fallen, and for Voltaire, it had smashed the stained glass window of the old world view. He was ready to pick up the shards and build a lens, a burning glass that he would eventually turn on the hypocrisy of his homeland. But before he could become the champion of science, he would have to confront the brutal reality of how his own caste, the actors and artists, were treated by the holy men of Paris. The lesson of the Abbey was clear, but the lesson of the playhouse graveyard was yet to come. Voltaire returned to Paris in the early months of 1729, slipping back into the city not with a fanfare, but with the quiet caution of a man who knows the ice is thin. He was 34 years old, his head buzzing with Newton's calculus and Locke's liberty. But his heart was about to be broken by a tragedy that would remind him exactly where he was. In England, he had seen a society that, for all its coal smoke and rough manners, honored talent. In France, he found the chandeliers were as bright as ever, but the shadows cast by the church were longer and colder than he remembered. The event that would sear this contrast into his soul occurred in March 1730, involving a woman who was the undisputed queen of the French stage, and more intimately, a former lover who had held the young Arouet's heart in her delicate hands, Adrienne Lecouvreur. Adrienne was not merely an actress, she was a phenomenon. She had revolutionized the French theatre, replacing the sing-song chanting of the old style with a natural, emotional delivery that made audiences weep real tears. She was the star of the Comédie Française, the toast of the aristocracy, and a woman of profound intelligence. Voltaire adored her. They had been lovers years before, and though the passion had cooled into a deep, intellectual friendship, the bond remained. When she fell ill, struck down by a violent dysentery that gossip whispered was poison administered by a jealous rival, the Duchess of Bouillon, Voltaire rushed to her bedside. The scene inside her apartments on the Rue des Marais was a grim tableau of the era's cruelty. The room was heavy with the scent of sickness and the murmur of terrified servants. But the true horror was not the disease. It was the priest. In 18th century France, the Catholic Church viewed actors as automatically excommunicated. Their profession was considered a public scandal, a selling of one's body and emotions for money. To receive the last rites, to be absolved of sin and promised heaven, an actor had to formally renounce their profession. They had to apologize for the very art that had brought joy to thousands. As Adrienne lay dying, the priest hovering over her demanded this retraction. It was a spiritual extortion racket. Deny your life's work or face eternal damnation. Adrienne, weakened but dignified, reportedly looked at a bust of Voltaire in the room and then at the priest, and whispered a refusal to play this final humiliating scene. She died in Voltaire's arms, or at least with him close by, on March 20th, 1730. She was 37. What happened next was a desecration that haunted Voltaire for the rest of his life. Had she been a repentant murderer, she would have been granted a Christian burial. But because she was an unrepentant actress, the church slammed its gates. The curé of Saint-Sulpice, the parish church where she had baptized the poor and donated generously to charity, refused her body. The Archbishop of Paris supported the decision. There would be no funeral mass. There would be no cross. Under the cover of darkness, to avoid a riot by her adoring fans, the police arrived. They took the body of the greatest artist of her generation, wrapped it in a coarse sack, and loaded it onto a nondescript cart. They drove to a piece of waste ground on the banks of the Seine, near the Rue de Bourgogne, a place used to dump garbage and building rubble. There, without a prayer or a candle, they buried her in a shallow hole and covered her with quicklime to speed the decomposition. Voltaire was apoplectic with grief and rage. The brutality of it shattered him. He had just come from London, where later that same year, the great English actress Anne Oldfield would die. Mrs. Oldfield would not be dumped in a ditch. She would be laid to rest in Westminster Abbey, beneath a monument mourned by the nation. The contrast was unbearable. In England, the actress was a national treasure. In France, she was a piece of refuse. Voltaire saw this not just as a personal tragedy, but as a damning indictment of his country's soul. How could a nation call itself civilized when it applauded a woman on Tuesday and threw her in the mud on Friday? She had the adoration of the world, he wrote, and the sepulchre of a dog. He channeled his fury into a poem, The Death of Mademoiselle Le Couvreur. It was not a gentle elegy, it was a scream of accusation. Ah, Veronese, English, will you dare to say that we are the only ones who know how to laugh and cry? He wrote, contrasting French barbarism with foreign dignity. He asked why the French accepted that their heroes of the stage were damned by the very priests who enjoyed the plays. The poem was dangerous. It attacked the clergy directly, accusing them of rigorous cruelty. Friends, terrified for his safety, urged him to burn it or hide it. Voltaire, reckless with grief, circulated it. He wanted the shame to be public. He wanted the aristocrats who had feasted at Adrienne's table to feel the mud on their own shoes. This event solidified the anti-clericalism that would define his later career. Before this, his skepticism was intellectual, a witty game played in salons. Now, it was emotional. He had seen the church's power as a physical weapon that could strike the dead as well as the living. He realized that intolerance was not just a philosophical error, it was a lack of humanity. The infamous thing, l'infâme, that he would later vow to crush, was born here in the silence of that waste ground by the Seine. He saw that a society ruled by dogma ends up eating its own children. Yet even in his rage, Voltaire was practical. He understood that writing angry poems was not enough. To fight this system, one needed more than righteousness. One needed independence. Adrienne's fate taught him that talent was no protection against the institutions of power. If they could do this to the most famous woman in Paris, they could do it to him. He was a writer, a scribbler, and in the eyes of the law, hardly better than an actor. If he died tomorrow, would he be tossed in a ditch too? He needed a shield that the church and the state respected. He needed the one thing that has no religion and no sin: gold. He looked around him with a cold, calculating eye. He was done with being a victim. He was done with relying on the generosity of princes who could turn their backs at a moment's notice. He decided to apply the lessons of the London Exchange to the chaotic economy of Paris. He would stop merely writing for a living. He would start maneuvering. And as if fate were apologizing for the tragedy of Adrienne, a bizarre mathematical opportunity presented itself, a loophole in the royal treasury that was so absurd, so colossal, that only a mind trained in the skepticism of the Bastille could have spotted it. The poet was about to pull off the greatest heist of the 18th century. Not with a pistol, but with a spreadsheet. In the grand theater of history, philosophers are usually depicted as starving ascetics, living in garrets and feasting on high ideals while their stomachs rumble. Voltaire, however, had no intention of being a martyr to poverty. He had seen the inside of the Bastille, and he had seen the bottom of a ditch where they threw an actress, and he understood a brutal truth. In a corrupt world, money is the only form of liberty that the powerful respect. And so, in 1729, the poet turned pirate. He did not sail the high seas. Instead, he sailed the treacherous waters of French royal finance. The opportunity that presented itself was a bureaucratic blunder so colossal that it feels less like history and more like the plot of a modern caper movie. The background was the chaos of the French treasury. After the collapse of the Mississippi bubble, a financial mania that had ruined half the country, the government was desperate to restore faith in its bonds. The Deputy Comptroller General, a man named Le Pelletier de Fort, came up with what he thought was a brilliant scheme. He organized a monthly lottery to encourage people to buy municipal bonds. The rules were complex, but the flaw was simple. Owners of certain devalued bonds could buy a lottery ticket for a nominal fee, roughly 1,000th of the bond's face value. If their ticket was drawn, they won a jackpot of 500,000 livres, plus the full reimbursement of the bond. It was meant to be a slow, steady incentive. But Le Pelletier de Fort was a bureaucrat, not a mathematician. Enter Charles-Marie de la Condamine, a brilliant young scientist and explorer whom Voltaire had met in intellectual circles. One evening, perhaps over a bottle of wine, La Condamine crunched the numbers and looked at Voltaire with wide eyes. He had discovered a glitch in the matrix. The cost of buying a ticket was so low relative to the payout that if one could buy every ticket in a specific district, the cost of the investment would be significantly lower than the guaranteed jackpot. It was a mathematical certainty. You couldn't lose. The only challenge was logistical. You needed to physically possess the bonds to buy the tickets, and you needed to buy thousands of them without alerting the authorities. Voltaire did not hesitate. This was the English spirit in action. Rational calculation applied to real life. He organized a syndicate, a company of investors, to pool the necessary capital. They bought up the cheap, devalued bonds from unsuspecting citizens who thought they were worthless. Then, when the lottery opened, they descended. Imagine the scene. A rented room in Paris, the windows covered, the air thick with the smell of sealing wax and nervous sweat. Voltaire, La Condamine, and their hired clerks spent nights filling out thousands of lottery tickets. They had to be signed. They had to be registered. To amuse himself and perhaps to taunt the fates, Voltaire inscribed the tickets not with names, but with mocking mottos and Latin prayers. One ticket read, "Here's to the good idea of Marie." Another, "Long live the Comptroller General." When the draw took place, the result was a statistical anomaly that quickly became a scandal. The first month, the syndicate won. The second month, they won again. The third month, the officials at the Treasury began to notice a pattern. The winners were not a diverse spread of Parisian citizens. They were the same small group of people, over and over again, hiding behind increasingly sarcastic pseudonyms. The Comptroller General was furious. He launched an investigation. He realized he had been outwitted by a poet and a geometer. He tried to withhold the winnings, dragging Voltaire to court. But here, the notary's son shone. He argued quite correctly that they had broken no law. They had simply followed the rules that the government itself had written. If the government was bad at math, that was hardly the fault of the citizen. The Royal Council, grinding its teeth, was forced to capitulate. They paid out the winnings and then promptly cancelled the lottery to stop the bleeding. The profit for Voltaire was astronomical. Historians estimate his share was roughly 500,000 livres, a fortune that, in today's terms, would be in the millions of dollars. He was instantly transformed from a well-to-do writer into a tycoon. He invested this windfall with the same ruthless intelligence he had used to get it. He bought contracts to supply the French army with food and fodder, a notoriously corrupt but lucrative business. He invested in the grain trade. He bought shares in shipping. This wealth changed everything. It was the armor he had been seeking since the beating by the Chevalier de Rohan. A rich man could not be easily silenced. A rich man could afford to print his own books if the publishers were afraid. A rich man could flee the country in a comfortable carriage if the police came knocking. Voltaire later wrote, "With the satisfaction of a man who has beaten the house. I have seen so many men of letters, poor and despised, that I decided I should not increase their number." He had secured his "fuck you money," to use a crude modern phrase that Voltaire would likely have translated into elegant French alexandrines. But the money was not just for luxury. It was for ammunition. With his financial house in order, he could finally turn his attention back to the dangerous manuscript sitting in his desk drawer. During his years in England, he had written a series of essays, observations on the Quakers, the Anglicans, the Parliament, the trade, and the philosophy of Locke and Newton. He called them Letters on the English, or philosophical letters. To the casual eye, they were a travelogue, a collection of witty comparisons between London and Paris. But to the censor, they were a ticking bomb. Every chapter was a veiled attack on France. When he praised the English Quakers for having no priests, he was implicitly attacking the French Catholic hierarchy. When he praised the English Parliament for taxing the nobles, he was attacking the French system, where the poor paid everything and the rich paid nothing. When he explained Locke's idea that the soul might be material, he was undermining the entire theology of the soul. He knew this book would cause a storm. He knew it might send him back to the Bastille. A poor man would have burned it. Voltaire, the new millionaire, decided to publish it. He moved cautiously, however. He first released the book in London in 1733. In English, it was a hit. Then he arranged for a clandestine French edition to be printed in Rouen, smuggled into Paris, and sold under the counter. He tried to distance himself from it, pretending the publication was unauthorized, a pirated version released by a greedy printer. "I have no part in this," he lied to his friends. "The book is full of errors." It was a classic Voltairean dance. Provoke the beast, then pretend you were just walking by. But the beast was waking up. The French authorities were not stupid. They read the letters and saw exactly what they were: a manifesto for a revolution of the mind. The book did not call for the overthrow of the king, but it called for something more dangerous: the overthrow of certainty. It suggested that French greatness was a lie and that the heretical English had found a better path to happiness. In the spring of 1734, the storm broke. The Parlement of Paris, the High Court, ordered the book to be seized. On the grand staircase of the Palace of Justice, the public executioner tore the book apart and burned it, a symbolic murder of the ideas inside. But burning books, as Voltaire well knew, only makes the smoke spread further. A warrant was issued for the author's arrest. This was not a warning. It was a manhunt. The police were sent to his house, but the bird had flown. Voltaire, anticipating the blow, had already packed his bags. He was not going back to England this time. He was heading east, toward the border of the independent Duchy of Lorraine, to a remote, crumbling estate in the deep countryside of Champagne. He was running to a place called Cirey. And he was running not just to a hideout, but to a woman. The solitary struggle of the exile was over. The great collaboration of his life was about to begin. He had the money, he had the fame, and now He was about to find the muse who would turn his lightning into a steady flame. To understand why a small book could terrify a great kingdom, we must open the pages of the letters concerning the English nation, or philosophical letters, as they were known in France, and look at the invisible ink between the lines. On the surface, it was a travel guide, a collection of breezy essays about Quakers, Parliament, and smallpox. But in the repressive atmosphere of 1734, it was a Molotov cocktail thrown through the stained glass window of the French establishment. Voltaire did not attack the French king or the Catholic Church directly. That would have been suicide. Instead, he used the weapon of comparison. He painted a portrait of England that was so flattering, so rational, and so functional that by the time the reader finished the book, the unspoken question screamed from the page, "Why are we not like them?" Consider the opening chapters on the Quakers. To a French Catholic reader, accustomed to cardinals in silk robes and a church hierarchy that wielded immense political power, Voltaire's description of the Quakers was disorienting. He described a sect with no priests, no rituals, and no baptism, who simply waited in silence for the Spirit to move them. He made them sound eccentric, yes, but also undeniably pious and peaceful. He described a Quaker who kept his hat on in the presence of others, a shocking breach of etiquette in status-obsessed France, not out of rudeness, but because he believed all men were equal before God. By praising this bizarre equality, Voltaire was subtly undermining the divine right of the French aristocracy. He was suggesting that dignity did not require a title, and holiness did not require a cassock. But the most physically dangerous chapter was the one concerning smallpox. In the early 18th century, smallpox was the angel of death, a scourge that killed indiscriminately, scarring the faces of queens and milkmaids alike. The French clergy and medical establishment largely viewed it as an unavoidable act of God, a divine chastisement that must be endured. To interfere was to wrestle with providence. But in England, Voltaire had seen something different. Inoculation. It was a precursor to vaccination, a practice brought from Turkey by Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, where a small amount of the virus was deliberately introduced into a scratch in the skin to build immunity. It was risky, but it worked. Voltaire devoted an entire letter to this practice. He did not preach, he used data. He pointed out that while the French buried their dead and prayed, the English and the Circassians before them used reason to save their children. He framed it as a battle between a tender parent's love and a brutal fatalism. The French say the English are mad and savage, he wrote. Mad, because they give their children smallpox to prevent them getting it, and savage, because they cheerfully communicate to their children a certain and terrible illness. But then he flipped the argument. The English say the French are cowardly and unnatural. Cowardly, because they fear a little pain for their children. Unnatural, because they expose them to death. It was a devastating critique of French wisdom. He was accusing his countrymen of letting people die out of stupidity and religious pride. He was championing the scientist over the priest. Then there was the philosophical coup de grâce, the attack on Blaise Pascal. Pascal was the saint of French intellectualism, a genius mathematician who had turned to intense, gloomy piety, arguing that man was a wretched creature who could only find salvation through blind faith. Voltaire respected Pascal's mind, but detested his pessimism. In the final, added letter of the book, Voltaire dared to defend humanity against this sublime misanthrope. Pascal argued that humans were lost in a terrifying universe. Voltaire argued that humans were designed to be happy, to work, to build, and to enjoy life. Man is not an enigma, Voltaire insisted. We are not fallen angels. We are social animals meant to improve our lot. By attacking Pascal, Voltaire was trying to secularize the French soul, to turn it away from the obsession with sin and toward the project of civilization. The reaction from the authorities was swift and hysterical. The letters were not just banned, they were treated as a public health hazard. The Parlement of Paris declared the book scandalous, contrary to religion, good morals, and the respect due to authority. The official burning of the book in the courtyard of the Palais de Justice was intended to be a purification ritual. The executioner tore the pages and fed them to the flames, a warning that the man who wrote them could be next. The publisher, Jor, was thrown into the Bastille, a common fate for those who did business with Voltaire. Voltaire himself was at the wedding of the Duke of Richelieu, near Dijon. When the news of the warrant reached him, he was effectively a fugitive. The king's police were dispatched to drag him back to the stone cell he knew too well. But Voltaire had learned the art of the vanish. He did not return to Paris to face the music. Instead, he began a frantic, zigzagging journey across the countryside, moving from chateau to chateau, staying one step ahead of the lettre de cachet. He wrote letters to his friends, filled with a mix of panic and bravado, claiming he was merely traveling for his health, while simultaneously arranging for his assets to be hidden. It was a terrifying moment. He was 40 years old. He had money, yes, but he was homeless and hunted. The English poison he had injected into the French bloodstream had worked too well. The patient was convulsing, and the doctor was being chased out of town. He realized he could not live in Paris anymore. The capital was too hot, too watched. He needed a sanctuary, a place that was technically in France, but far enough from Versailles to offer a head start if the police came riding. He needed a fortress, and as always in Voltaire's life, he needed an audience. As he traveled east, toward the borderlands of Champagne and Lorraine, the landscape changed. The manicured gardens of the Île-de-France gave way to wilder forests and rolling iron-rich hills. He was heading toward a specific point on the map, a place he had never seen, but which held the promise of safety. It was the ancestral home of the Marquis de Châtelet, a soldier he knew vaguely. But it was not the Marquis who drew him there. It was the Marquis's wife. In the chaos of his flight, Voltaire was not just running away from the law. He was running toward a collaboration that would define the rest of his life. He was carrying the torch of the Enlightenment into the wilderness, looking for a place to plant it where the wind wouldn't blow it out. The philosophical letters had set the world on fire. Now, the arsonist needed a place to sleep. The carriage rattled over roads that were less like highways and more like open wounds in the earth, deep ruts of dried mud that threatened to shatter the axles with every turn of the wheel. Voltaire was traveling east, away from the manicured lawns of the Île-de-France and into the wild, brooding heart of Champagne. It was the spring of 1734, but the landscape here felt autumnal, a tapestry of dense forests, iron-rich soil, and silence. He was heading for Cirey-sur-Blaye, a tiny village nestled in a valley so obscure that most maps of the time barely acknowledged its existence. To a man accustomed to the bright lights of the Palais Royal and the constant hum of urban gossip, this journey must have felt like falling off the edge of the world. He was tired, he was anxious, and he was alone. The letters concerning the English had made him the most famous fugitive in Europe. But fame offers poor protection against the cold draught of a carriage window. He was running toward a ghost of a house, a place he had never seen, owned by a husband he barely knew, to be with a woman he was just beginning to love. It was a gamble that defied all logic. Yet for Voltaire, logic was a tool for books. Life required romance. When the Chateau de Cirey finally loomed out of the twilight, it was not the fairy tale palace of a Disney imagination. It was a wreck, built in the 30th century and largely ignored ever since. The estate was a crumbling pile of red brick and pale stone, surrounded by hills that seemed to close in on it like prison walls. The wind whistled through cracks in the masonry, and the local bats had a stronger claim to the master bedroom than the marquis. The park was a tangle of weeds, and the moat, because of course there was a stagnant moat, smelled of frogs and decay. Voltaire, stepping out of his carriage in his city shoes, looked at this desolate fortress and saw not a ruin, but a sanctuary. Its greatest architectural feature was its location. It sat only a few miles from the border of the Duchy of Lorraine. Lorraine was, at that time, an independent state, technically outside the jurisdiction of the French king's police. If a carriage with the royal crest appeared at the front gate, Voltaire could hop out the back window, run through the woods, and be in foreign territory before the officers had finished knocking. Cirey was not just a home, it was a bolt hole. The first few weeks were a strange mix of terror and comedy. The great philosopher, who had dined with princes and debated Newton, was now living like a squatter in a haunted house. He wrote letters describing himself as a hermit, an owl, a man buried alive. He complained about the draughts that blew out his candles and the silence that rang in his ears, but beneath the complaints lay a manic energy. Voltaire did not know how to sit still. If Cirey was to be his prison, he would make it the most luxurious prison in France. He opened his purse, the deep, lottery-fattened purse, and unleashed a torrent of gold upon the village. He hired masons, carpenters, and decorators. He did not ask the owner, the Marquis du Châtelet, for permission. He simply started building. He added a new wing, the famous long gallery, filled with scientific instruments and library shelves. He ordered tapestries, silver plate, and velvet curtains from Paris. He was not just renovating a house. He was building a stage set for the greatest performance of his life. This period of isolation is often overlooked, but it reveals the sheer resilience of the man. He was 40 years old, a time when most men of his era were settling into middle age, yet he was starting over completely. He was transforming himself from a Parisian wit into a country lord. He befriended the local peasants, though he was often baffled by their dialect. He attempted a garden, though one suspects he spent more time designing the layout than digging the dirt. He was preparing the nest for the phoenix. He knew that Émilie du Châtelet would eventually join him, but he wanted everything to be perfect before she arrived. He wanted to offer her a kingdom of the mind, hidden in the mud of Champagne. However, the shadow of the Bastille never fully lifted. Every crunch of gravel on the driveway sent his heart racing. He developed a network of local spies to warn him of approaching strangers. He kept a packed trunk ready at all times. Historians still argue about the extent of the actual danger he faced during these months. Some suggest the government was happy to let him rot in the country and had no real intention of arresting him as long as he stayed quiet. Others believe the threat was real and imminent. Regardless of the truth, the fear was real to Voltaire. It sharpened his senses. It made every letter he received feel like a lifeline. He wrote furiously, sending out streams of correspondence to deny his authorship of the English letters, to beg for pardon, to lie, to charm, to maneuver. He was a spider sitting in the center of a web that stretched all the way to Versailles, twitching the threads to see who was watching. The strangest aspect of this arrangement was the role of the Marquis du Châtelet, Emily's husband. In a modern melodrama, the husband would be the villain, the jealous obstacle. In the enlightened, cynical world of the French aristocracy, he was a pragmatic accomplice. Florent Claude du Châtelet was a soldier, a man of limited imagination but decent manners. He was often away on campaign, serving the king's army. He knew about Voltaire. He likely knew about the affair. But Voltaire was fixing his roof. Voltaire was paying his debts. Voltaire was turning his worthless, crumbling estate into a showpiece. The Marquis, with a shrug that is practically audible across the centuries, accepted the situation. He would visit Cirey occasionally, dine with his wife and her lover, enjoy the improved heating, and then ride off to war. It was a ménage à trois, defined not by sex, but by real estate and civility. As the summer of 1734 deepened, the dust of construction began to settle. The gallery was taking shape. The library was filling with books, crates of them arriving from Paris, Rouen, and Amsterdam. The laboratory was being stocked with prisms, furnaces, and telescopes. Voltaire stopped feeling like a fugitive and started feeling like a founder. He had created a university of two. All he needed now was his student, his teacher, his partner. He waited for the sound of her carriage. He watched the road from Paris. And when she finally arrived, bringing with her the chaotic, brilliant energy that matched his own, the old ruin of Cirey ceased to be a pile of bricks. It became the capital of the Enlightenment. The solitary confinement was over. The great experiment was about to begin. The owl was about to meet the Minerva of France, and the sparks that would fly from their collision would illuminate the rest of the century. This passage shows something subtle but essential. Exile did not silence Voltaire. It reorganized him. Cirey was not merely a hiding place. It was a laboratory for survival. Cut off from applause and danger alike, he turned fear into architecture, anxiety into libraries, and love into infrastructure. This is how ideas endure, not through confrontation alone, but through careful shelter. There is a soft echo here of thinkers in other ages forced to the margins. Epicurus withdrawing into his garden, or Galileo working under house arrest. In each case, retreat looked like defeat from the outside, yet became a space of deep, lasting influence. Power expected quiet compliance. Instead, it received preparation. Some historians suggest Voltaire exaggerated the peril, that the Bastille was unlikely to reclaim him in these months. Perhaps, but fear, even when partly imagined, still shapes behavior. What matters is that Voltaire believed the danger was real, and that belief sharpened his discipline and ambition. As Cirey slowly fills with books and light, a question lingers gently in the background. Do the most transformative ideas require safety, or just the illusion of it, to grow. When the carriage finally rolled into the courtyard of Cirey, the silence of the countryside was shattered not by the delicate rustle of silk, but by a whirlwind. Émilie du Châtelet did not merely enter a room, she occupied it. She was 28 years old, a woman of striking, unconventional beauty, with large, expressive eyes, a sharp nose, and a frantic energy that left ordinary people exhausted just watching her. To the society gossips in Paris, she was known for her obsession with diamonds, her reckless gambling at the Queen's table, and her series of high-profile lovers. But Voltaire knew the secret that the gossips missed. The diamonds were real, but the woman wearing them was a titan of the intellect who could calculate the trajectory of a falling star while choosing a gown for the opera. She was the divine Émilie, and with her arrival, the crumbling fortress of Cirey ceased to be a hideout and became a home. To understand the miracle of this partnership, we must pause and look at the world through Émilie's eyes. In the 18th century, a woman's mind was considered a decorative object, meant to be furnished with a little music, a little drawing, and enough religion to keep her obedient. Serious education was a male province. But Émilie had been born into a stroke of luck. Her father, the Baron de Breteuil, was a man of the court who recognized early on that his daughter possessed a terrifying intelligence. Instead of suppressing it, he fed it. He hired tutors to teach her Latin, Greek, and German. He let her listen to the scientists and explorers who visited their home. By the time she was a teenager, she was translating the Aeneid and discussing natural philosophy. She was a prodigy trapped in a corset, a mind built for the Royal Academy, forced to navigate the frivolous rituals of Versailles. For years, she had tried to play the game. She married the Marquis du Châtelet, bore him children, and threw herself into the social whirl of Paris. She had affairs, as was the custom, including a brief fling with the Duke of Richelieu. She gambled ferociously, often losing vast sums, perhaps because the mathematical probability of the cards was the only thing that kept her brain engaged. But she was bored. She was starving for someone who could speak her true language. When she met Voltaire, the connection was instant and chemical. Here was a man who did not want to talk about court gossip. He wanted to talk about Locke and Newton. Here was a man who didn't treat her as a mistress to be paraded, but as a mind to be challenged. He was the first man to look at her and see not a woman, but an equal. At Cirey, they created a world that was perfectly designed for two. They did not live in each other's pockets. They respected the sanctity of work. Voltaire had his wing of the chateau, and Émilie had hers. Her apartments were a testament to her complex personality. One room was a boudoir of excessive luxury, draped in blue velvet and yellow satin, filled with porcelain figurines, Chinese lacquer, and the smell of expensive perfume. It was the room of a court lady, but pass through a discreet door and you entered a laboratory. Here, the air smelled of chemicals and dust. Tables were piled high with books on geometry, draft manuscripts, and compasses. There were no ribbons here, only the hard, cold tools of science. This was the duality of Émilie du Châtelet. She could dance until dawn at a ball, then return home, strip off the jewels, and solve differential equations until the sun came up. Their routine was rigorous, almost monastic, yet filled with a playful intimacy. They would meet for a quick coffee in the morning, then retreat to their separate desks for hours of silence. Servants knew not to disturb them. The house would fall into a studious hush, broken only by the scratching of quills and the occasional chime of a clock. They communicated by notes passed under doors, little scribbled love letters that were half poetry, half scientific debate. "I'm going to study my algebra," she would write, "but I love you more than X plus Y." In the late afternoon, they would emerge, often taking long walks in the woods or riding horses through the muddy lanes, arguing passionately about the nature of fire or the existence of free will. Historians often debate the balance of power in this relationship. For centuries, Emily was dismissed as Voltaire's muse, a helper who merely organized his thoughts. But modern scholarship has corrected the record, and the truth is far more interesting. She was often the teacher. When it came to mathematics and physics, Emily was the superior scholar. She understood the complex calculus of Newton in a way that Voltaire, for all his brilliance, struggled to grasp. She was the one who checked his math. She was the one who translated the dense Latin of the Principia into French, adding her own commentary that corrected Newton's errors, a translation that remains the standard in France to this day. Voltaire was the propagandist of the new science. Emily was the professor. He knew it too. He called her Madame Newton Pompom du Châtelet, a nickname that blended her genius with her love of frivolous accessories. But it wasn't all work. The evenings at Cirey were a theatre of the absurd. Voltaire, ever the dramatist, could not live without a stage. He built a small theatre in the attic of the chateau. They recruited visitors, servants, and even the baffled local peasantry to act in his plays. They staged tragedies, comedies, and puppet shows. They read aloud from the Bible and mocked the inconsistencies. They held suppers of the gods, where the wine flowed and the conversation leapt from metaphysics to dirty jokes. It was a boisterous, intellectual frat house, hidden in the depths of the countryside. One visitor described the atmosphere as intoxicating, a place where the rules of the outside world were suspended, and the only sin was being boring. Yet beneath the laughter and the experiments, there was a tenderness that softens the sharp edges of their intellects. Voltaire worried constantly about her health. She slept little and drove herself hard. He would fret when she locked herself away for too long with her geometry. She, in turn, protected him. She used her noble connections to smooth over the scandals he inevitably caused. She read his manuscripts and confiscated the ones that were too dangerous to publish, hiding them away like a mother hiding a child's slingshot. She was his editor, his censor, and his anchor. For a man who had spent his life running from fathers, from police, from critics, Emily offered the first place where he could simply stop. Of course, it was not a perfect paradise. They were both volatile, high-strung personalities. They fought screaming matches that echoed through the stone corridors, usually over a point of philosophy or a misinterpreted glance. The servants would hide, terrified, but the storms always passed, usually ending in laughter or a reconciliation over a shared meal. They were two outcasts, a bourgeois poet who mocked kings and a noblewoman who mocked gender roles, clinging to each other in a world that didn't know what to do with either of them. As the months turned into years, the legend of Cirey began to spread. It became a pilgrimage site for the intelligentsia of Europe. To be invited to Cirey was the ultimate badge of honor. But for Voltaire and Emily, the guests were often just distractions. The real joy was the quiet moments, late at night, when the candles burned low. Picture them in the long gallery, the fire dying in the grate. Voltaire is reading a draft of a history book. Emily is scribbling calculations in the margin of a treatise on optics. The wind howls outside, rattling the windows of the old fortress. They do not speak, but the silence between them is comfortable, heavy with shared thought. In this remote, drafty chateau, surrounded by mud and wolves, they have found something rarer than fame and warmer than diamonds, a partnership of equals. And in the warmth of that partnership, Voltaire's mind was sharpening, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. He was no longer just a satirist. Under Emily's guidance, he was becoming a philosopher. The long gallery of Cirey was not merely a room. It was a machine for thinking. If you were to walk through it in the dead of winter, 1738, you would be struck first by the smell. A pungent, acrid cocktail of charcoal dust, molten lead, and the ozone tang of static electricity. This was the laboratory of light, the engine room where Voltaire and Émilie du Châtelet attempted to dismantle the universe to see how it worked. It was here that the poet, usually associated with lace cuffs and witty couplets, could be found wearing a heavy leather apron, his face smudged with soot, frantically pumping a bellows. He was no longer content to write about the world. He wanted to weigh it. The obsession of the moment was fire. The Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris had announced a prestigious competition, a prize for the best essay on the nature of fire. It was a question that sat right at the bleeding edge of 18th century physics. Was fire a material substance, a fluid that flowed into objects, or was it a motion, a vibration of particles? Voltaire, a devout disciple of Newton, was convinced that fire was matter, that fire particles had weight and mass. To prove it, he turned Cirey into a blast furnace. He ordered massive amounts of iron, lead, and wood. He spent weeks heating metals to white-hot temperatures, weighing them, letting them cool, and weighing them again, trying to catch the weight of fire on his scales. Imagine the scene, the great satirist, coughing in the smoke, shouting instructions to his assistants, obsessively checking the balances. He was burning through the estate's wood supply at an alarming rate. The local peasants likely watched the smoke billowing from the chateau chimneys and wondered if the master was forging gold or summoning demons. In a sense, he was doing something more dangerous. He was testing the limits of his own understanding. His experiments were messy, often contradictory. Sometimes the hot iron weighed more due to oxidation, which he didn't fully understand, and he would exclaim in triumph. Sometimes it weighed the same, and he would throw down his calipers in frustration. He was trying to force nature to agree with Newton, but nature was being stubborn. While Voltaire was making noise and smoke, Emily was doing something quieter and arguably more brilliant. She watched his experiments with a critical eye. She saw the flaws in his methodology. She suspected, with a terrifying intuition that leaned towards the German philosopher Leibniz, that fire was not matter, but energy, a force without weight. She decided to enter the competition herself, but in a move that reveals the complex tenderness of their relationship. She did not tell him. She did not want to bruise his ego or discourage his enthusiasm. So she wrote her essay in secret. She worked at night, after he had gone to bed, stealing hours from sleep to formulate a theory that was decades ahead of its time. She argued that light and heat were identical substances, differing only in the speed of their emission, a thought that eerily foreshadows the physics of infrared radiation. When the deadline approached, they both sent their manuscripts to Paris, Voltaire with his heavy, data-driven paper, and Emily with her sleek, theoretical masterpiece. Neither won. The prize went to the Swiss mathematician Leonhard Euler, a titan of the field, which was no shame. But when the results were published, the Academy did something unprecedented. They printed both Voltaire's and Emily's essays alongside the winners, granting them an honorable mention. It was a public acknowledgement that the lovers of Circe were not just dilettantes. When Voltaire found out that Emily had competed against him, he was not angry. He was ecstatic. He boasted to everyone that his mistress was a genius, arguably prouder of her defeat than he would have been of his own victory. It was a validation of their shared life. They were partners in the Republic of Letters, but the laboratory at Circe was not just for physics. It was also for a more dangerous kind of dissection. If the telescope was used to examine the heavens, the magnifying glass was used to examine the Bible. In the quiet hours, when the furnaces were cold, Voltaire and Emily embarked on a project that was arguably more explosive than any chemical experiment, a line-by-line reading of the scriptures. They did not read with the eyes of faith, they read with the eyes of editors. They treated the Bible not as the breath of God, but as a historical document written by fallible men. They sat side by side, scouring the text of Genesis, Exodus, and the Gospels. They looked for contradictions. They calculated the dimensions of Noah's Ark and laughed at the logistical impossibility of fitting all the animals inside. They questioned the morality of a God who ordered the slaughter of Canaanites. They cross-referenced dates and genealogies, finding errors that centuries of theologians had glossed over. This was the birth of biblical criticism in the French Enlightenment. For Voltaire, it was a revelation. He realized that the sacred text was full of holes. He began to compile these notes, filling notebooks with snarky, devastating observations that would later form the backbone of his philosophical dictionary. Emily, too, wrote her own commentary, the Examen de la Genèse. Scholars today note that her criticism was often more scholarly and metaphysical than Voltaire's. While he looked for funny contradictions to mock, she looked for philosophical inconsistencies that undermined the nature of divinity. They spurred each other on, a feedback loop of skepticism. It is a striking image. The two of them, huddled over the Vulgate in the candlelight, giggling like schoolchildren as they dismantled the foundations of European Christendom. They were liberating themselves from fear. If the Bible was just a book, then the church was just a club, and its threats of hellfire were just smoke. Yet, there was a shadow in this laboratory of light. The intensity of their work began to take a physical toll. Voltaire's health, always fragile, suffered under the regimen of constant work and little sleep. He complained of colic, of blindness, of dying, his standard litany of hypochondriac woes, which were nevertheless grounded in real frailty. Emily, stronger but more high-strung, suffered from headaches and bouts of frantic anxiety. They were burning the candle at both ends, fueled by coffee and the terrifying fear of boredom. They lived in a state of philosophical exaltation, a high that was sustainable only because they were isolated from the world. The Laboratory of Light at Circe was a unique moment in history. It was a place where the rigid gender roles of the 18th century were suspended. In the lab, Emily was not a woman, she was a mind. In the library, Voltaire was not a courtier, he was a student. They were stripping away the costumes that society forced them to wear. But as they looked deeper into the nature of fire and the nature of God, they were drifting further apart in their philosophy. Voltaire remained a steadfast Newtonian, believing in a universe of hard atoms and empty space. Emily was moving toward Leibniz, seeing a universe of living forces and dynamic energy. These intellectual cracks were small at first, mere hairline fractures in the porcelain of their partnership. But they would grow. For now, however, they were united by the thrill of the chase. They were the dynamic duo of the Enlightenment, smuggling ideas across the borders of the mind. They were proving that a chateau in the middle of nowhere could be the center of the universe if the conversation was good enough. And as the winter of 1738 turned into spring, Voltaire prepared to take the fruits of this seclusion and present them to the world. He had spent years studying Newton. Now, he was ready to explain him to the French. He was about to publish The Elements of Newton's Philosophy, a book that would finally bring the English gravity to French soil. The hermit of Cirey was about to become the professor of Europe, and he was stepping out of the lab with a new kind of authority, one forged in the fire of Emily's kiln. The year 1738 marked a peculiar turning point, the moment when the monkey of the salons transformed into the prophet of the new science. After months of burning lead and squinting through telescopes, Voltaire finally released his great translation of the English universe to the French mind, The Elements of Newton's Philosophy. It was a beautiful, lucid book, stripping away the dense mathematics of the Principia and replacing them with clear, elegant prose that a bright teenager or a busy duchess could understand. But the most striking thing about the book was not the text. It was the frontispiece. If you open a first edition today, you will see a woodcut that tells the true story of Cirey. It depicts Voltaire sitting at a desk, pen in hand, looking up. Above him, amidst the clouds, is a shaft of divine light. But the light does not hit Voltaire directly. It strikes a woman, Emily du Châtelet, dressed as Minerva, who holds a mirror. She catches the light of truth and reflects it down to the poet. It was a public, permanent declaration. She was the source. He was merely the scribe. The publication sparked a war, known to historians as the Battle of the Cartesians and the Newtonians. In Paris, the establishment clung to Descartes. His theory of vortices, swirling fluids pushing the planets, was comforting, intuitive, and French. Newton's vacuum and gravity felt alien and occult. To accept Newton was to admit that a Frenchman had been wrong and an Englishman had been right. Voltaire, with his instinct for a fight, relished the conflict. He wrote pamphlets, he mocked the old guard, he debated in the journals. He was the general of the Newtonian army. And slowly, thanks to his relentless clarity, the tide turned. The younger generation of French thinkers began to see the elegance of gravity. Voltaire had done something impossible. He had made physics fashionable. But while he was winning the war of ideas, he was losing the war of status. Voltaire had a secret, gnawing hunger. He wanted to be official. He wanted a seat in the Académie Française, the gathering of the 40 immortals who guarded the French language. To us, it seems absurd that the greatest writer of the century would care about a stuffy club of old men. But in the 18th century, The Academy was the ultimate shield. It conferred immunity. It meant the king recognized you. For a man who lived in fear of the Bastille, that seat was not just vanity, it was armor. So the rebel began to grovel. It is a painful spectacle to watch the author of the English letters bowing and scraping to mediocrity. But Voltaire was nothing if not pragmatic. He began a campaign of aggressive flattery. He wrote letters to powerful cardinals, swearing he was a good Catholic. He wrote poems praising the king's wisdom. He disavowed his more scandalous writings, claiming they were forgeries. He tried to charm the very censors he despised. "I'm a good citizen," he insisted. "I love my king and my religion." It was a performance, of course, a mask worn to gain entry to the citadel. But the citadel was locked. The old guard of the Academy, led by the door bishop Jean-Joseph Languet de Gergy, saw through him. They knew he was a deist, a troublemaker, and a friend of the English heretics. When a seat became vacant in 1736 and again in 1743, they blocked him. The king, Louis XV, who privately disliked Voltaire's sharp tongue, offered no help. Voltaire was humiliated. He had the applause of Europe, but he could not get the vote of a few jealous Parisians. He ranted to his friends, calling the Academy a nest of intolerance and a gathering of parrots. But the rejection stung. It reminded him that in France, genius was not enough. One needed protection. This failure drove a wedge into the idyll of Cirey. Voltaire began to feel that his exile, however productive, was keeping him from the true levers of power. He looked at the court of Versailles, that gilded cage of ambition, and decided that if he couldn't enter through the front door of the Academy, he would enter through the bedroom of the king's mistress. He needed a new patron, someone stronger than the poor Marquis de Châtelet. He needed the state itself. And so the scientist put away his prisms. The philosopher closed his Newton. The man who had weighed fire decided to play with a different kind of heat. He turned his eyes toward the most dangerous, dazzling, and deceitful place on earth, the Palace of Versailles. He was going to try to become a courtier. It was a mistake, a disastrous detour into a world he was ill-equipped to survive. But Voltaire, ever the optimist, believed he could charm the king just as he had charmed the public. He packed his velvet coats, left the quiet woods of Cirey, and headed for the snake pit. The man of science was about to become the man of spectacles, and the experiment was about to explode in his face. Versailles was not merely a palace. It was a golden cage designed to break the will of anyone who entered it. And in 1745, Voltaire walked voluntarily into its trap. He had traded the muddy freedom of Cirey for the stifling, perfumed air of the French court, driven by the naive belief that he could conquer the king as easily as he had conquered the reading public. It was, without a doubt, the most awkward performance of his life. Imagine the greatest mind of the Enlightenment squeezed into the rigid etiquette of Louis XV's household. He was 50 years old, thin as a rail, his eyes darting with suppressed sarcasm, forced to bow, scrape, and wait in hallways for hours just to catch a glimpse of the monarch. He had been appointed historiographer royal and gentleman of the chamber, titles that sounded grand but mostly involved writing flattering descriptions of royal weddings and ensuring the king's candles were lit. It was like using a scalpel to butter toast. His entry into this world was facilitated by a powerful new ally, Jeanne Antoinette Poisson, soon to be known as Madame de Pompadour. She was the king's new mistress, a woman of dazzling intelligence and bourgeois background who had read Voltaire and admired him. She was his Trojan horse. With her protection, Voltaire hoped to influence the king towards peace and reason. He fantasized about being a philosopher advisor, a modern Seneca to Louis Nero. But Louis XV was not a man of ideas. He was a man of boredom. He did not want to be enlightened. He wanted to be entertained. And so Voltaire, the man who had explained Newton to France, found himself reduced to writing opera librettos and arranging ballets for court festivities. He wrote The Princess of Navarre, a generic fluffy spectacle designed to celebrate the Dauphin's marriage. It was mediocre hackwork, full of praising adjectives and flying cupids. Voltaire knew it was trash. He called it garbage for the glory, but he wrote it with a gritted smile, desperate to fit in. The daily reality of Versailles was a physical ordeal. The palace was overcrowded, freezing in winter, and smelled of unwashed bodies and expensive musk. Privacy was non-existent. Courtiers lived in tiny, partitioned closet rooms, jostling for position. Voltaire, who was used to the quiet intellectual rhythm of Cirey, found the noise unbearable. But his biggest problem was his own mouth. A successful courtier must be bland, agreeable, and invisible until called upon. Voltaire was incapable of being any of those things. He was too sharp, too eager, too funny. He would make a joke at a dinner party that was just a little too clever, flying over the heads of the dull dukes and landing with a thud of suspicion. He corrected people's grammar. He offered unsolicited advice on foreign policy. He was the smartest person in the room, and he committed the cardinal sin of letting everyone know it. There is a famous anecdote that captures his inability to read the room. After the premiere of his court opera, he saw the king approaching. Desperate for a compliment, Voltaire broke protocol and spoke first. "Is Trajan satisfied?" he asked, comparing Louis to the great Roman emperor. The king, startled by the familiarity and perhaps annoyed by the comparison, simply stared at him in silence and walked away. It was a crushing moment. Voltaire was trying to play a game where the rules were unwritten, and he was failing spectacularly. He was a lion trying to act like a lapdog, and the result was neither majestic nor cute. It was just uncomfortable. Even his victory, his long-coveted election to the Académie Française in 1746, felt hollow. He finally sat among the immortals, wearing the green embroidered coat, delivering a speech that praised the king and the church. But the applause was polite, not rapturous. The true aristocrats still looked down on him as a climbing bourgeois. The devout faction still whispered that he was an atheist. He had the title, but he didn't have the respect. He was an ornament, a pet intellectual kept to show that the king was modern, but he had no real influence. He realized, with a creeping dread, that he was wasting his time. He was writing poems about fireworks while the world was burning with real issues. The end of his courtier career came not with a whimper, but with a sudden dramatic explosion, triggered, fittingly, by Emily. She had joined him at court, diving into the gambling tables with a compulsive ferocity. One night in 1747, at the palace of Fontainebleau, where the court had moved for the autumn, she was seated at the queen's table, playing cavagnole for high stakes. The luck was against her. She lost and lost and lost again, piling up a debt of 84,000 livres, a ruinous sum. Voltaire stood behind her chair, watching the pile of gold chips vanish. He saw, or thought he saw, that her opponents were cheating. Unable to contain himself, he leaned down and whispered to her in English, loud enough for others to hear. "Do you not see that you are playing with scoundrels?" The room froze. To call a courtier a cheat was a mortal insult. To do it at the Queen's table was treason. Voltaire realized instantly that he had gone too far. If the words were reported to the king, it would mean the Bastille. He grabbed Emily's arm. They left the table, left the room, and went straight to their apartments. "We must leave," he told her. "Tonight." They packed hurriedly, throwing clothes into trunks as the candles burned low. Before dawn, they slipped out of the palace, leaving the debts and the scandal behind. They were fugitives again. As the carriage rolled away into the darkness, putting distance between them and the suffocating gold of the court, Voltaire must have felt a profound sense of relief. The mask could finally come off. He was done with Trajan. He was done with the Academy's stiff rituals. He had tried to be a man of the establishment, and the establishment had rejected him like a bad transplant. He looked at Emily, exhausted and indebted, and realized that their only true loyalty was to each other and to the life of the mind. They were heading back to the erratic, independent life of the road. They would go to Soothe, to the Duchess of Maine, eccentric patron who loved wit more than protocol. They would hide. They would write. And Voltaire, stripping off the velvet coat of the courtier, vowed never to wear it again. He was not made to bow. He was made to bite. This episode suggests a quiet truth. Versailles did not corrupt Voltaire. It clarified him. The court forced him to test a fantasy he had long entertained, that intelligence could gently guide power from within. What he learned instead was that power prefers comfort over truth and ceremony over thought. The cage worked not by violence, but by etiquette, by turning brilliance into decoration. There is a distant parallel with Renaissance humanists who entered princely courts hoping to civilize them, only to discover they were valued as ornaments. Machiavelli learned this in Florence. Seneca learned it in Rome. Each tried to speak reason into power and found that proximity does not equal influence. Some historians argue Voltaire misjudged himself, that his failure was personal, too sharp, too impatient. Perhaps. Yet the deeper pattern remains. Systems built on hierarchy resist voices that refuse to soften themselves. Versailles did not want a mind. It wanted a mirror. As the carriage fades into night, consider this gently unsettling question. When brilliance is invited inside power, is it meant to change the room, or merely to make it sparkle? The escape from Fontainebleau marked the end of Voltaire's brief, disastrous career as a courtier, but it opened the door to a new kind of storytelling. Hidden away in the chateau of Soothe, under the protection of the Duchess of Maine, he found himself in a strange nocturnal rhythm. The Duchess, an insomniac princess who loved literature more than sleep, demanded entertainment. She held white nights where the shutters were closed, the candles were lit, and the guests were expected to tell stories until dawn. It was here, in this twilight world of exhausted aristocrats and restless wits, that Voltaire began to experiment with a genre that would become his signature, the philosophical tale. He wrote Zadig, a story set not in France, but in a mythical, stylized Babylon. It was a liberation. By wearing the mask of an Oriental storyteller, he could say things about French society that would have been impossible in a direct essay. Babylon was Paris. The priesthood of the Magi was the Catholic Church, and the fickle Sultan was Louis XV. Zadig is the story of a young man who has everything: wealth, health, good looks, and a good heart, yet suffers a relentless series of misfortunes. He is betrayed by lovers, envious rivals, and corrupt judges. He is enslaved, threatened with execution, and forced to wander the desert. It is the prototype for Candide, but with a softer, more melancholy edge. In Zadig, Voltaire wrestles with the question of providence. Why do bad things happen to good people? The answer comes in the form of a mysterious hermit, an angel in disguise, who burns down a house and kills a child, explaining to the horrified Zadig that these apparent evils are part of a larger, invisible good. There is no evil from which some good does not spring, the angel claims. Zadig, unconvinced, stammers, "But." That "but" is the most important word in the book. It is the sound of Voltaire's skepticism, refusing to be silenced by theology. He wants to believe in a just universe, but his eyes tell him otherwise. The book was a smash hit, circulated privately at first, then exploding across Europe. It was light, funny, and deeply subversive. It questioned the fairness of kings and the wisdom of the courts. It mocked the petty theological disputes of the day as arguments over whether one should enter a temple with the left foot or the right. But for Voltaire, Zadig was more than a satire. It was a mirror. He was Zadig, the man of merit, who is constantly punished by a jealous world. He had tried to be good, tried to serve the state, and had been chased away. Writing the story was a way of processing his own bitterness, turning his personal failures into a universal fable about the absurdity of fate. While he was spinning tales of Babylon, his real life was becoming a domestic drama. He and Emily eventually returned to Cirey, but the atmosphere had changed. The intense, hermetic passion of the early years was fading. They were still partners, still intellectual soulmates, but the romantic spark had cooled into a comfortable, sibling-like affection. Voltaire, now in his 50s, was often sick, complaining of digestion and nerves. He was settling into the role of the old man, the sage who prefers a warm fire to a cold bed. Emily, however, was 41 and terrified of aging. She felt her youth slipping away, and with it, her power as a woman. She needed reassurance. She needed passion. And in 1748, she found it in the most unlikely and disastrous place. They were visiting the court of King Stanislaus of Poland, who lived in exile in Lunéville, in Lorraine. Stanislaus was a kindly, toothless old monarch who presided over a miniature Versailles, full of poets, dwarfs, and hangers-on. Among them was the Marquis de Saint-Lambert, a handsome, mediocre poet, 10 years younger than Emily. He was cold, dashing, and emotionally unavailable, catnip for a woman in the grip of a midlife crisis. Emily fell in love with a violence that shocked everyone, including herself. She wrote him frantic, obsessive letters. She pursued him with a teenage desperation. Voltaire, at first, was blind to it. He assumed their bond was unbreakable. But one evening, he walked into a room and found them together, in a situation that left no room for doubt. The scene that followed was quintessential Voltaire. He exploded. He shouted at Saint-Lambert, accusing him of treachery. He shouted at Emily. "I have loved you for 15 years, he cried. "You are killing me." But then, the storm broke. Emily, with her formidable logic, sat him down and explained the situation. She told him that she still loved him, but as a friend. She needed something he could no longer give her. She spoke of her fear of age, her need for fire. Voltaire, listening to the woman who had translated Newton for him, felt his anger dissolve into a profound, weary sadness. He looked at her and saw not a betrayer, but a human being in pain. He sighed and delivered a line that is both heartbreaking and infinitely sophisticated. "Ah, my friend, you are right. I am an old man, and one cannot be in love forever. But why did you have to choose him?" He forgave her. More than that, he accepted the new arrangement. The ménage à trois of Cirey became a ménage à quatre. Voltaire, Émilie, her husband the Marquis, and now Saint-Lambert, all existing in a strange, civilized orbit. Voltaire even helped her write love letters to the new lover when Saint-Lambert grew cold. It was an act of supreme generosity, or perhaps supreme resignation. He decided that if he could not be her lover, he would be her guardian. He would watch over her as she navigated this dangerous new passion. But the danger was more real than he knew. In the winter of 1748, Emily made a terrifying discovery. She was pregnant. At 42, in the 18th century, this was a death sentence. Her body was not strong enough. The medical knowledge of the time was barbaric. A pregnancy at her age was a scandal that would ruin her reputation and a physical ordeal that would likely kill her. The atmosphere at Cirey turned from a romantic farce into a tragedy in slow motion. They all knew the risks. They sat around the table, the husband, the lover, and the ex-lover, discussing what to do. They concocted a plan to legitimize the child, tricking the Marquis du Châtelet into believing it was his. A comedy scene involving a lot of wine and a late night, which Voltaire orchestrated with grim humor. But beneath the plot lay a deep, gnawing dread. Emily threw herself into her work with the frantic energy of a woman writing her last will and testament. She had to finish her translation of Newton's Principia. It was her legacy, the proof that she was a great mind. She worked 18 hours a day, her belly swelling, her face growing pale. Voltaire sat with her, correcting the proofs, bringing her soup, watching her race against the clock. He saw the fear in her eyes. She wrote letters to her friends, saying she would not survive this. "I'm giving birth to a book and a child," she said, "and I fear the book will kill the mother." The golden days of Cirey were gone. The laboratory was silent. The only sound was the scratching of her quill, driven by a desperate need to leave something behind that would not die. The year 1749 unfolded in a strange, feverish haze, a time when farce and tragedy danced so closely together that it was difficult to tell them apart. The immediate problem facing the household was not metaphysical, but logistical. Emily was pregnant. Her husband had been away for months, and in the strict arithmetic of French Catholic society, 1 + 1 could not equal 3 without a scandal that would destroy them all. And so, the great minds of the Enlightenment, Voltaire, the author of Zadig, and Emily, the translator of Newton, concocted a plot worthy of a bedroom farce. They summoned the Marquis du Châtelet to Cirey. They fed him an exquisite dinner. They poured him copious amounts of wine, and then Emily, suppressing her nausea and her anxiety, seduced her own husband. The next morning, the Marquis rode off to his regiment, beaming with pride, believing himself to be a man of renewed vigor. The child now had a legal father. The social veneer was saved. But the private terror remained. The entourage moved to Luneville, the court of King Stanislaus, to wait out the months of confinement. Luneville was a surreal place to prepare for death. It was a court of exiles and ghosts, presided over by a deposed king who filled his days with pipe smoke and harmless amusements. But in Emily's apartments, the atmosphere was not one of leisure. It was one of desperate, grinding labor. She knew, with the terrifying certainty of a mathematician calculating odds, that her body might not survive this ordeal. She was 43 years old. Her ankles were swollen, her breath was short, and her heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Yet, she did not rest. She treated the pregnancy as a distraction, an annoying biological interruption to her true purpose, the completion of the Principia. Voltaire watched this performance with a mixture of awe and heartbreak. He had been the one to introduce her to Newton, but she had long since surpassed him. He saw her sitting at her desk, her belly pressing against the wood, surrounded by piles of paper covered in the dense, jagged symbols of calculus. She worked for 12, 15 hours a day, sleeping only when exhaustion knocked her unconscious. She was checking the proofs, correcting the equations, writing the commentary that would explain the English gravity to the French future. Voltaire, usually the center of attention, shrank willingly into the background. He became her secretary, her cheerleader, and her nurse. He fetched her coffee. He organized her papers. He wrote to their friends in Paris, downplaying the danger, cracking jokes about the new little Newton that was on the way, trying to keep the darkness at bay with his wit. But the darkness was creeping in. The relationship with Saint-Lambert, the father of the child, had soured. He was a shallow man, bored by the drama and irritated by Emily's intensity. He visited Luneville, but his presence brought more tension than comfort. Voltaire found himself in the bizarre position of mediating between his former mistress and her current lover, swallowing his own jealousy to keep her calm. He sat with her during the long, suffocating nights of the Lorraine summer, holding her hand when the panic set in. She was haunted by premonitions. She wrote letters to the king's librarian, arranging for her manuscripts to be archived, treating them like the crown jewels. She updated her will. She was tidying up a life that she felt was already over. "I have not much time," she whispered to Voltaire, a statement of fact rather than pity. There is a profound historical irony in this moment. The world remembers Voltaire as the great worker, the man who wrote 20,000 letters. But in the summer of 1749, he was the idle one, paralyzed by dread, while Emily burned with a white-hot productivity. She was racing against the calendar. She felt that if she could just finish the book, she could die satisfied. The Principia was her bid for immortality, the proof that a woman could hold the keys to the universe. On September 2nd, she wrote the final line. She signed the manuscript. She wrapped it in leather and sent it off to the Royal Library in Paris. It was done. The intellectual labor was finished. Only the physical labor remained. 2 days later, on September 4th, 1749, Emily was at her desk, naturally, when the pains began. It was a quick, almost casual birth. There was no screaming, no drawn-out agony. A baby girl was born, small and crying. The courtiers at Luneville, who had been placing bets on the outcome, were relieved. It seemed that the crisis had passed. Emily was exhausted, but smiling. She asked for a glass of wine. She looked at the baby, then looked at Voltaire and Saint-Lambert, who were both in the room. The mood shifted instantly from dread to euphoria. The old owl, Voltaire wept with relief. He wrote to his friends in Paris, announcing the happy delivery with the exuberance of a man who has just seen the guillotine blade jam. For a few days, the sun seemed to shine on Luneville. The danger was over. The book was finished. The mother was alive. Voltaire began to make plans for the future. He imagined them returning to Cirey, to the long gallery, to the telescopes and the plays. He imagined a quiet old age, watching Émilie raise the child and bask in the glory of her publication. He allowed himself to believe that the universe was kind, that the laws of nature, which they had studied so closely, had made an exception for them. He did not see the infection that was already blooming in the silence of the recovery room, invisible and implacable. He did not know that the happy delivery was just a pause for breath before the final act. On September 9th, the heat returned. Émilie complained of a headache, then a fever, then a burning thirst that no water could quench. The doctors were summoned, but 18th century medicine was a theater of ignorance. They bled her, they offered milk, they argued in Latin while the patient burned. Voltaire stood by the bed, watching the color drain from the face that had been his son for 15 years. The false hope of the birth made the sudden collapse even more cruel. The shadows that had gathered over Cirey and followed them to Luneville were now in the room, heavy and suffocating. The race against time had been run, and although the book had won, the author was losing. The air in the apartment at Luneville grew heavy, not with the humidity of the late summer storm gathering outside, but with the terrifying, metallic scent of mortality. It was September 10th, 1749. Only 6 days had passed since the birth of the child, 6 days of false hope that had allowed Voltaire to breathe, to joke, to imagine a future. Now that future was dissolving, minute by minute. Émilie was burning up, the fever, likely a puerperal infection or perhaps a pulmonary embolism. Medicine then had no names for these killers, only helpless gestures, had seized her with a violence that shocked the room. The doctors, men of wigs and Latin, who were accustomed to the slow, polite deaths of courtiers, stood uselessly by the bed, offering cordials and platitudes, while the greatest female mind in France fought for air. Voltaire did not leave her side. He had seen death before. He had buried his father, his sister, his friends. But this was different. This was the extinguishing of a light that he had come to believe was permanent. He stood at the foot of the bed, his face a mask of pale, frozen horror. He was not the great philosopher now. He was a small, terrified man watching his universe collapse. Saint-Lambert, the lover, was there too, weeping openly, consumed by a guilt that would haunt him for years. The Marquis de Châtelet, the husband, stood in the shadows, a stoic figure witnessing the end of a strange, shared life. But the connection in the room, the electric wire that was fraying, ran directly between Voltaire and Émilie. They exchanged few words. The time for debate was over. There was only the look in her eyes, fear perhaps, but also a lingering, fierce intelligence that refused to dim until the very last second. She died in the evening, just as the sun was setting behind the palace gardens. One moment she was there, a force of nature struggling against the biology that had betrayed her, and the next, there was only silence. A silence so profound, it felt like a physical blow. Voltaire did not scream. He did not recite a poem. He collapsed. It is said he fell at the foot of the bed, striking his head against the floor, overwhelmed by a grief that was physical in its intensity. When he was helped up, He looked at Saint Lambert and delivered a line of accusation and agony that history has preserved. "Ah, my friend, it is you who have killed her." It was unfair, irrational, and entirely human. He needed someone to blame because blaming God, the God he and Emily had deconstructed together, felt too empty. The days that followed were a blur of black crepe and hollow rituals. Emily was buried in the church of Saint-Jacques in Lunéville. Her name was carved into a slab of black marble. But her true monument was already in the mail to the Royal Library, the manuscript of the Principia. The baby girl, the innocent cause of this tragedy, would follow her mother to the grave a few days later, a flicker of life that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The drama was over. The stage was empty. Voltaire wandered through the palace like a ghost. He was 55 years old, a time when a man in the 18th century began to look toward the end, and he suddenly found himself without his anchor. He wrote to his friends in Paris, his letters stained with tears, stripping away all his usual irony. "I have lost a friend of 25 years, he wrote, stretching the timeline in his grief. "A great man who had the only fault of being a woman. He called her half of myself, a soul for which mine was made." These were not the platitudes of a courtier. They were the cries of an amputee. He realized with a terrifying clarity that for the last decade, every thought he had had, every page he had written, had been for her approval. Without her eyes to read him, who was he? He could not stay in Lunéville. The palace was too full of her echoes. He could not go back to Cirey. The thought of walking through the long gallery, of seeing the laboratory where the furnaces were cold and the telescopes gathered dust, was unbearable. Cirey was not a house. It was a shell that had lost its pearl. He ordered the servants to pack everything, the books, the instruments, the furniture, the physical debris of their intellectual empire were loaded onto wagons. He left the keys to the Marquis du Châtelet. He never returned. The earthly paradise where they had dissected the Bible and weighed the fire was abandoned to the bats and the damp, slowly turning back into the ruin it had been before they arrived. Voltaire returned to Paris, but the city felt alien. He took a house on the Rue Traversière, filling it with noise and people to drown out the silence. He staged plays in his own living room. He invited actors to live with him. He worked frantically, writing Orestes and Rome Saved, tragedies filled with dark fate and high emotion. But beneath the activity, there was a hollowness. His friends noticed he was sharper, more brittle. His health, always his favorite topic of conversation, actually began to fail. He suffered from dysentery, from scurvy, from a profound depression that left him staring at the wall for hours. He was adrift. He had money, he had fame, but he had no direction. He was a satellite whose planet had exploded. It was in this vacuum that a voice from the north began to call to him. It was a voice he had heard before, a seductive, flattering voice that promised a new home, a new purpose, and a new kind of love. Frederick II of Prussia, Frederick the Great, had been courting Voltaire by letter for years. The king was a puzzle, a military genius who played the flute, a tyrant who wrote poetry, a man who claimed to be a philosopher king in the mold of Plato. He had invited Voltaire to Berlin many times, but Emily had always refused to go, distrusting the Prussian monarch. Now Emily was gone. Frederick sensed his opportunity. He wrote to the grieving poet, offering him not just a pension, but a sanctuary. He offered a place at his table, a key to his library, and the respect that France had denied him. "Come to Sans Souci," the king whispered in ink. "Come and live with a philosopher who admires you." Voltaire hesitated. He was old. Prussia was cold, distant, and militaristic. It was a land of soldiers, not salons. But Paris had nothing for him but memories and graves. The French king, Louis the Refined, still turned his back on him. The Academy was still a room full of enemies, and deep down, Voltaire's vanity was piqued. To be the chosen companion of a warrior king, to guide the mind of the most powerful man in Europe, it was a temptation he could not resist. It was a chance to be relevant again, to matter. So in the summer of 1750, Voltaire made a fateful decision. He packed his trunks once more. He sold off some of his investments. He said goodbye to his nieces, to his actors, to the ghost of Emily. He climbed into his carriage and gave the order to head north. He was leaving the land of his birth, the land of his love, and heading into the unknown territory of the Teutonic North. He thought he was going to a philosopher's paradise, a sans souci, without care. He did not know he was driving straight into the jaws of a tiger who smiled like a man. The grieving widower was about to become the king's plaything, and the tragedy of Luneville was about to be replaced by the comedy of Potsdam. The road to Berlin was long, dusty, and punctuated by the rhythmic tramp of boots. As Voltaire's carriage rattled northward in the summer of 1750, leaving behind the green, chaotic indulgence of France, the landscape began to change. The fields grew more orderly. The villages became cleaner, starker, and more silent. He was crossing into the domains of the Holy Roman Empire, but specifically, he was entering Prussia, a kingdom that was less a nation and more a large army that happened to own some land. At 56, Voltaire was making the kind of radical life change usually reserved for young adventurers. He was trading the soft, silken hypocrisy of Versailles for the hard blue wool of Potsdam. He was chasing a mirage that every intellectual since Plato has dreamed of, the philosopher king. He believed he was going to guide a ruler who would govern by reason alone. He did not yet see the bayonets hidden in the hedges. His destination was the palace of Sans Souci, without care. Perched on a terraced hill above the garrison town of Potsdam, it was a jewel box of a building, a rococo fantasy in yellow and white that seemed to float above the vineyards. When Voltaire arrived, the reception was not merely polite, it was rapturous. Frederick II, the King of Prussia, did not greet him as a subject, but as a prize. For years, the king had courted the Frenchman with letters that dripped with adoration. "There is only one God and one Voltaire," Frederick had written. Now, standing face to face with his idol, the king played the role of the humble student perfectly. He was 38 years old, with large, piercing blue eyes and a face that could shift instantly from a poet's sensitivity to a tyrant's sneer. But for Voltaire, he showed only the poet. He kissed the writer's hand. He installed him in a luxurious apartment directly below the royal suite, decorated with damask and gold. He gave him the Order of Merit. He gave him a pension of 20,000 francs, double what he had received in France. But the ultimate symbol of this seduction was a small object, a golden key. It was the key of the Chamberlain, a badge of office that hung from a blue ribbon. In France, Voltaire had begged for such honors and been met with cold silence. Here, the king practically pinned it to his coat. Frederick knew his man. He knew that Voltaire, for all his radical philosophy, was a sucker for a title. The key was a masterstroke of manipulation. It told Voltaire, "You are not a guest. You are family. You are inside the inner sanctum." Voltaire, drunk on validation, wrote to his friends in Paris with childish glee. "I am a chamberlain of the king," he boasted. "I have the cross of merit. I am living in a dream." He compared Frederick to Marcus Aurelius, to Solomon, to every benevolent sage of antiquity. He felt he had finally found a home where the sword bowed to the pen. The reality of Frederick the Great, however, was far more complex than the flute-playing host Voltaire adored. Historians still argue over the true nature of this enigma. Was he an enlightened reformer who truly believed in tolerance, or was he a cynical despot who used culture as a mask? The answer, likely, is both. Frederick rose at Forsonghem, not to write poetry, but to inspect his troops. He was a micromanager who counted the coffee beans in the royal kitchen to prevent theft. He had inherited a military machine from his brutal father and had sharpened it into the deadliest instrument in Europe. While Voltaire slept in his silk sheets, the king was out on the parade ground, drilling tall grenadiers with a discipline so savage that soldiers often preferred suicide to punishment. Voltaire chose to ignore the drums. In the golden bubble of Sans Souci, life was an endless, exquisite conversation. The king and the philosopher spent hours together, revising Frederick's poetry. Voltaire's primary job was to fix the king's atrocious French grammar, discussing the immortality of the soul and mocking the religious superstitions of their neighbors. It was a seduction of the mind. Frederick flattered Voltaire's intellect, asking for his guidance on political theory. Voltaire, in turn, felt the intoxicating rush of power. He believed he was molding the mind that would mold Europe. He saw himself as the Aristotle to Frederick's Alexander. It was a beautiful, dangerous delusion, yet there were moments when the mask slipped. One afternoon, looking out over the manicured gardens where statues of Roman gods stood guard, Voltaire might have noticed that the gardeners worked with a terrified efficiency. He might have noticed that the king's tolerance had a cold, utilitarian edge. Frederick welcomed religious refugees, not out of kindness, but because he needed bodies to populate his swamps and pay his taxes. He allowed free speech, but only if it didn't touch his army or his taxes. "My people and I have an agreement," Frederick famously said. "They say what they like, and I do what I like." It was a cynical formula for stability, not liberty. The tension between the two men was built into the very foundation of their relationship. They were two narcissists of world historical proportions, trapped in a small palace. Voltaire was accustomed to being the sun around which others orbited. Frederick was an absolute monarch who believed he was the state. For now, in the honeymoon phase of 1750, their egos aligned. They needed each other. Frederick needed Voltaire's fame to legitimize his court as the cultural capital of Germany. Voltaire needed Frederick's sword to protect him from the priests of France. It was a transactional romance disguised as a meeting of souls. Voltaire's daily life settled into a rhythm of deceptive ease. He woke late, drank his coffee, and worked on his history of the age of Louis XIV, a subtle way of showing the Prussians that France, for all its faults, was still the standard of glory. He lunched with the king, where the conversation was witty, blasphemous, and conducted entirely in French. German was considered a language for horses and soldiers. At Sans Souci, the language of the enemy was the language of love. In the evenings, there were concerts. Frederick would take out his flute, and with a concentration that terrified his generals, he would play sonatas by Quantz or his own compositions. Voltaire would sit and listen, genuinely moved by the music, perhaps wondering how a man who could create such delicate melodies could also order the bombardment of a city. But the paradise had a draft. The climate of Berlin was harsh, and Voltaire's health, always his favorite grievance, suffered. He complained of the stove-heated rooms, which dried out his lungs. He complained of the heavy German food, and he began to sense the jealousy of the other courtiers. The king's circle was a shark tank of scientists, mathematicians, and soldiers, all vying for the monarch's favor. They hated Voltaire. They hated his high pension, his golden key, and his arrogant wit. They whispered in the king's ear. They told Frederick that Voltaire was mocking his poetry behind his back, which was true. They told Voltaire that the king was laughing at his avarice, which was also true. One particular rival was Maupertuis, the head of the Berlin Academy of Sciences. He was a dour, serious mathematician whom Voltaire had once admired. They had been allies in the Newtonian Wars. But here, in the small pond of Potsdam, they became crocodiles circling the same piece of meat. Maupertuis was the president. Voltaire was the star. The friction was inevitable. Voltaire, unable to help himself, began to drop small, acidic jokes about Maupertuis' arrogance. The king laughed, but his eyes remained cold. He enjoyed the dog fight. He liked to see his philosophers tear each other apart. It confirmed his belief that men were petty, vicious creatures who needed a strong hand to rule them. As the winter of 1750 set in, burying the palace in snow and silence, the first cracks in the porcelain appeared. Voltaire began to realize that a chamberlain was just a glorified servant. He was expected to correct the king's bad verses every day, a task he called washing the king's dirty linen. He began to feel the constraints of his golden cage. He wrote to his niece, "I am like a man who has married a high-maintenance beauty. I am enchanted, but I am tired." He did not yet know that the marriage was doomed. He did not yet know that the king had supposedly remarked to a confidant, using a metaphor that would become infamous, "We squeeze the orange and then throw away the peel." Voltaire was the orange. He was being squeezed for his wit, his fame, and his corrections. And when the juice ran dry, the bin was waiting. The suppers of the gods at Sans Souci were legendary, a nightly ritual where Frederick the Great gathered his inner circle to feast on conversation as much as on the French cuisine. Picture a round table. Frederick insisted on round tables to abolish hierarchy, lit by the soft glow of wax candles reflected in the tall mirrors of the dining hall. The guests were a menagerie of European intellect. The dour Scottish Jacobite Lord Marischal, the flamboyant Italian Count Algarotti, the imperious scientist Maupertuis, and of course, Voltaire. The wine flowed, but the king drank little. He preferred to be drunk on his own wit. The topics ranged from the nature of the soul to the absurdity of the Bible, from the incompetence of other monarchs to the sexual habits of the clergy. It was a safe space for dangerous ideas, a philosophical locker room where the most powerful man in Prussia could pretend to be just another skeptic. But beneath the sparkling repartee, a jagged tension was forming. Voltaire, whose tongue was sharper than any razor, could not resist the urge to dominate. He would correct the king's facts. He would interrupt. He would whisper devastating asides to his neighbors while the king was speaking. Frederick, who was used to the silence of the parade ground, began to bristle. He admired Voltaire's genius, but he despised his lack of discipline. The king was a man of iron self-control. Voltaire was a man of chaotic impulses. It was a clash of temperaments that no amount of admiration could smooth over. The real poison in the chalice, however, was money. Voltaire had a pathological need to accumulate wealth, a scar from his early days of insecurity. Even here, living in a palace with all expenses paid, he could not stop hustling. In early 1751, he became involved in a shady financial scheme involving Saxon bonds. The king had strictly forbidden his subjects from speculating in these bonds. But Voltaire, thinking himself above the law, used a Jewish financier named Abraham Herschel to buy them in secret. The deal went sour. Voltaire and Herschel ended up in a bitter legal dispute over the value of some diamonds used as collateral. The lawsuit became public. It was a sordid, messy affair that exposed Voltaire not as a sage, but as a greedy speculator. Frederick was furious. He felt his hospitality had been abused. He wrote a blistering letter to Voltaire from his apartments just down the hall. "You have a heart 100 times uglier than your genius is beautiful." It was a devastating critique. The king put Voltaire under house arrest for a few days. A slap on the wrist, but a shocking humiliation for the Virgil of France. The illusion of equality was shattered. Voltaire realized, perhaps for the first time, that the philosopher king was a king first and a philosopher second. When the state's dignity was threatened, the flute was put away and the cane came out. Yet, the show went on. They reconciled superficially. The suppers continued, but the laughter was now brittle. Voltaire began to see the darker side of Frederick's enlightened rule. He noticed the cruelty with which the king treated his own family, the coldness of his geopolitical calculations, the sheer grinding machinery of the Prussian state. He wrote to his niece, Madame Denis, "The king is like a beautiful vase with a crack in it." He began to feel less like a friend and more like a captured bird singing for his seed. The final rupture came from a direction Voltaire could not ignore: literary vanity. Maupertuis, the president of the Berlin Academy and Voltaire's old friend-turned-rival, published a scientific paper that was, frankly, ridiculous. In it, he proposed a principle of least action to prove the existence of God, but he also included bizarre speculations about digging a hole to the center of the earth and dissecting the brains of giants to find the nature of the soul. It was pseudoscience dressed up as authority. Voltaire read it and saw blood in the water. He could not let such pomposity stand. It offended his reason, but more importantly, it offered a chance to destroy Maupertuis, whom he now loathed as a symbol of the king's suffocating control. Voltaire sharpened his quill. He wrote a satire called The Diatribe of Dr. Akakia. It was a masterpiece of mockery. He posed as a simple physician, Dr. Akakaya, who was concerned for the mental health of the president of the academy. He quoted Maupertuis' own absurd sentences and dismantled them with a deadpan literalism that was funnier than any joke. He suggested that perhaps the president had sniffed too many chemicals. He recommended a soothing enema. It was cruel, it was personal, and it was hilarious. But there was a problem. Maupertuis was the king's man. To attack the president of the King's Academy was to attack the king's judgment. Frederick got wind of the satire before it was published. He called Voltaire to his study. The scene was tense. The king demanded that Voltaire burn the manuscript. "I have given my word to protect this academy," Frederick thundered. "You will not make a fool of its president." Voltaire, ever the actor, agreed. He threw the manuscript into the fire, right there in the king's fireplace. He promised silence. He swore he would never publish it. But Voltaire was Voltaire. He had kept a copy. In fact, he had kept several. He sent the manuscript to the press in Dresden, outside of Frederick's immediate jurisdiction. In late 1752, the pamphlet appeared. It spread through Berlin like wildfire. Everyone was reading it. Everyone was laughing at Maupertuis. The king was apoplectic. This was not just disobedience. It was defiance. Voltaire had looked the autocrat in the eye, lied to him, and then humiliated his appointee. Frederick's reaction was swift and public. He ordered the common hangman to burn Dr. Akakia in the public squares of Berlin. It was a deliberate echo of the book burnings in Paris, a message that in Prussia, too, the state controlled the mind. Voltaire watched the smoke rise from his window. He knew the game was over. The orange had been squeezed. The peel was about to be thrown out. He packed his bags, officially asking for permission to take the waters at Plombières for his health. It was a euphemism for escape. On March 26, 1753, he climbed into his carriage and left Potsdam. He left the golden key on the table. He left the Solomon of the North behind. He thought he was free. But Frederick the Great was not a man who liked to be left. The carriage rolled south, but the king's long arm was already reaching out to intercept it. The suppers of the gods were over. The hangover was about to begin. The carriage rolled slowly southward, away from the frozen rigidity of Prussia, carrying a man who was relieved, exhausted, and naively believing the worst was over. Voltaire traveled with the pomp of a visiting dignitary, a large coach, servants, trunks filled with books and manuscripts, acting less like a fugitive and more like a tourist on a grand tour. He stopped in Leipzig, he stopped in Gotha, he stopped in Cassel, where he was feted by local princes who were thrilled to host the famous exile. He read from his satire, Dr. Akakia, delighting his hosts with his mockery of Maupertuis. He was enjoying the afterglow of his rebellion. He believed that he and Frederick had simply agreed to disagree, a conscious uncoupling of great minds. He did not realize that to a king like Frederick, there is no such thing as a friendly breakup. The trap snapped shut in the free city of Frankfurt. It was May 31st, 1753. Voltaire had arrived in the city, intending to meet his niece and lover, Madame Denis, and then proceed to the spas of Plombières. But when he reached his inn, the Golden Lion, he was not greeted by a spa treatment. He was met by Baron von Freytag, Frederick's resident agent in the city. Freytag was a man of bureaucratic literalism, a stiff, nervous official who had received a very specific order from Potsdam. Voltaire was not to be allowed to leave until he had surrendered the king's property. The property in question was a small volume of poetry. It was a private edition of Frederick's own verses, the Œuvre de Poésie, which the king had given to Voltaire during their honeymoon period. The book contained some scandalous satirical lines about other European monarchs, lines that, if published, could cause a diplomatic incident. Frederick, paranoid that Voltaire would print the book to humiliate him, wanted it back. He also wanted the golden key of the Chamberlain and the cross of the Order of Merit. It was a petty, spiteful demand, stripping Voltaire of his honors like a cashiered officer. Voltaire, indignant and suffering from his usual litany of ailments, handed over the key and the cross immediately. But the book was packed away in a trunk that was still en route from Leipzig. He explained this to Freytag. "I cannot give you what I do not have," he argued. Freytag, terrified of disobeying his king, placed Voltaire under house arrest at the inn until the luggage arrived. It was supposed to take a few days. It took nearly 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, the greatest writer in Europe was a prisoner in a noisy inn room. When the trunk finally arrived on June 18th, Voltaire eagerly unlocked it, fished out the damning book of poetry, and handed it to Freytag. "Here," he said, essentially, "take your master's bad verses and let me go." Freytag took the book, but then a new order arrived from Berlin. The king was still angry. The release was delayed. Madame Denis arrived in Frankfurt to help her uncle, but instead of being a rescuer, she became a fellow prisoner. The soldiers guarded their door with bayonets. They were forbidden to leave the room. What followed was a farce that descended into a nightmare. Voltaire, frantic with claustrophobia and rage, tried to escape. He slipped out of the inn, hoping to make a run for it. He was caught at the city gates like a common thief and dragged back. This time, the treatment became brutal. Freytag's men emptied his pockets. They took his money. They took his snuff box. They insulted Madame Denis. The Golden Lion had become a dungeon. Voltaire fell ill, convulsing with fever and fury. He wrote desperate letters to the Holy Roman Emperor, to the French ministry, to anyone who would listen, claiming he was being kidnapped by vandals. The humiliation was total. Frederick was demonstrating his power in the most visceral way possible. He was showing Voltaire that no amount of genius could protect him from the physical reach of a state. The philosopher who had dined with kings was now being bullied by a petty bureaucrat in a hotel room. It was a lesson in the reality of power that Voltaire would never forget. The enlightened despot was a myth. When the despot was angry, the enlightenment vanished. Finally, after 5 weeks of this absurdity, the order for release came. Frederick had made his point. He had retrieved his poems and his pride, he thought. Voltaire and Madame Denis were allowed to leave Frankfurt on July 7th, but they left shaken. Madame Denis had been traumatized by the guards. Voltaire was physically wrecked. As their carriage crossed the Rhine and left German territory behind, Voltaire looked back and reportedly cursed the memory of his friend Frederick. The dream of the philosopher king was dead, buried in the luggage of the Golden Lion. He was now a man without a country in the truest sense. He could not go back to Prussia. That bridge was burned to ashes. But he could not go back to Paris either. Louis XV, hearing of the debacle, sent word that Voltaire was not welcome in the capital. The King of France had no desire to host the man who had just caused a diplomatic scandal with the King of Prussia. Voltaire was homeless. He was a wealthy, famous vagrant, wandering the borderlands of France, Switzerland, and Germany, looking for a place where he wouldn't be arrested. He spent the next year in a nomadic limbo, staying at the Abbey of Senones, where he researched history in the library, then in Colmar, then in Lyon. He was testing the waters, trying to find a jurisdiction that was safe. He was tired of kings. He was tired of courts. He wanted independence. He began to look at the map with a new set of criteria. He didn't want a palace. He wanted a fortress. He wanted a place where he could write what he pleased, print what he pleased, and escape if necessary. His eyes eventually settled on the Republic of Geneva. It was a Protestant city-state, independent of France, famous for its austerity and its printing presses. It seemed like the perfect refuge, a city of God perhaps, but at least a city without a king. In 1755 he arrived at the gates of Geneva. He was done with being a courtier. He was done with being a guest. He bought a magnificent estate just outside the city walls and named it Les Délices, the Delights. It was a declaration of intent. He was going to cultivate his own garden. He was going to build his own kingdom, one where the only sovereign was reason. But just as he was settling into this new sanctuary, thinking that the world had finally run out of ways to shock him, the ground itself decided to disagree. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, thousands of miles away, the earth shook. The Great Lisbon earthquake was about to tear the heart out of Europe's optimism, and it would shake Voltaire out of his garden and into his greatest philosophical battle. The man who had survived the Bastille, the beating, and the Prussian bayonets was about to face an enemy that couldn't be reasoned with: the meaningless cruelty of nature itself. This episode reveals a harsh but enduring truth. Enlightenment has borders, and power does not like being mocked when it feels insecure. Voltaire believed ideas could travel safely once spoken aloud, that wit offered protection. Frankfurt taught him otherwise. The moment Frederick felt exposed, friendship collapsed into force. The state did not argue with Voltaire. It detained him. There is a quiet parallel here with thinkers in later centuries who trusted modern rulers too much. Writers under Napoleon, intellectuals under Stalin, even scientists under 20th century regimes learned the same lesson. A ruler may enjoy criticism only until it threatens authority. At that point, procedure replaces principle. Some historians suggest Frederick's reaction was exaggerated by Voltaire's own theatrical memory. Perhaps, but even a softened version leaves the core intact. Genius without sovereignty is still vulnerable. What mattered was not the poetry, but who owned it, and who owned the city where Voltaire slept. As Voltaire crosses borders again, stripped of illusions but not of voice, one quiet question remains for us. When power praises free thought, does it mean freedom, or only applause on borrowed ground? The morning of November 1st, 1755, broke over the city of Lisbon with a deceptive, holy calm. It was All Saints' Day, a major feast in the Catholic calendar. The sky was a brilliant cloudless blue. The air was warm. Inside the city's magnificent cathedrals, thousands of worshippers were gathered, kneeling on the cold stone floors. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax from tens of thousands of lit candles, and the sound of chanting rose toward the vaulted ceilings. Lisbon was one of the wealthiest cities in Europe, the jewel of a global empire, a place where the gold of Brazil met the piety of the Inquisition. But at exactly 40 minutes past 9, the chanting stopped. A low rumble, like the sound of heavy chariots underground, began to vibrate through the soles of the worshippers' shoes. Then the world broke. The ground did not just shake, it convulsed. Stone pillars that had stood for centuries snapped like dry twigs. The roofs of the great churches collapsed, burying the congregations in a tomb of rubble and dust. Those who scrambled out into the streets found the earth opening up in fissures 15 feet wide. But the horror had a second act. The earthquake had struck offshore, and 40 minutes later, the sea, which had retreated unnaturally far, returned as a wall of water. A tsunami engulfed the lower harbor, drowning those who had fled to the docks for safety. And finally came the fire. The thousands of votive candles, knocked over in the tremor, ignited the tapestries and the timber of the ruined buildings. Lisbon burned for 5 days. The opera house, the royal palace, the library with its priceless maps of the age of discovery, all were reduced to ash. News traveled slowly in the 18th century, moving at the speed of a horse. But when the reports finally reached Geneva, weeks later they hit Voltaire with the force of a physical blow. He was safe in his garden at Les Délices, surrounded by his flowers and his books, but the safety felt obscene. The scale of the destruction, estimates at the time claimed up to 100,000 dead, though modern historians suggest it was closer to 30,000, shattered his composure. But what truly horrified Voltaire was not just the geology, it was the theology. For decades, the fashionable philosophy of Europe had been optimism, popularized by the German thinker Leibniz and the English poet Alexander Pope. Their argument was that God, being infinite and good, must have created the best of all possible worlds. Therefore, everything that happens, even pain, even suffering, is part of a perfect divine plan. Whatever is right, Pope had written. Voltaire had always been skeptical of this cosmic complacency, but after Lisbon, he found it morally repulsive. How could anyone look at 30,000 corpses, men, women, and children crushed while praying, and say, "This is for the best"? What kind of God required the massacre of innocents to balance his equation? Voltaire sat at his desk, his face pale, his pen trembling with a rage that had not touched him since the death of Emily. He began to write, but not a satire this time. He wrote a poem, the poem on the Lisbon disaster. It is one of the rawest, most angry cries of the Enlightenment. "Come, ye philosophers who cry, 'All's well,'" he wrote, "and contemplate this ruin of a world." He described the mothers clutching their dead infants, the scattered limbs, the suffering that had no purpose and no redemption. He interrogated God. He asked why Lisbon was punished when Paris and London, cities far more full of vice, were dancing. Did fallen Lisbon deeper drink of vice than London, Paris, or sunlit Madrid? The poem was a declaration of war against the idea that suffering is good for us. Voltaire was asserting that pain is just pain, and evil is just evil, and to sugarcoat it with philosophy is a cruelty to the victims. The reaction to the poem was electric. It shocked the religious establishment, but it also sparked a famous feud with another giant of the age, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau, a man of immense emotion and confusing contradictions, wrote a long letter to Voltaire defending Providence. He argued that the earthquake wasn't God's fault. It was man's fault for building 7-story stone houses in a seismic zone. If we lived in the woods like noble savages, Rousseau argued, the earthquake would have been a harmless wobble. Nature did not build 20,000 houses of 6 to 7 stories there, he scolded. It was a fascinating, petty, and profound clash. Voltaire, the realist, looking at the suffering of individuals. Rousseau, the idealist, looking at the corruption of civilization. Voltaire didn't bother to write a long philosophical rebuttal. He had a better idea. He would answer Rousseau, not with an essay, but with a story. The Lisbon earthquake was the final ingredient in the cauldron that would produce Candide. Voltaire began to realize that poetry was too soft a weapon for this level of absurdity. He needed a form that could capture the sheer randomness of the world, the way a man can be rich one day, whipped the next, and in an earthquake the day after. He needed a character who would believe in optimism, no matter how many times the world kicked him in the teeth. He began to sketch out a protagonist, a young, naive German boy, sweet-natured and terrifyingly stupid, who is taught by a philosopher named Pangloss that everything is for the best. But while the earthquake shook his philosophy, another crisis was shaking his sanctuary. Geneva, the city of God, was turning out to be less tolerant than he had hoped. The Calvinist pastors of Geneva were not amused by Voltaire's theatrical performances at Les Délices. They viewed theatre as a school for vice. They banned him from staging plays. Voltaire, who could not live without the sound of applause, was stifled. He felt the old familiar walls closing in. He was a man who needed to shout, living in a city that demanded a whisper. He began to look for yet another home, a final fortress where no priest, Catholic or Calvinist, could tell him what to do. He found it in 1758, just across the border from Geneva, in France, but in a region so remote it was practically a lawless zone. It was the estate of Ferney. He bought it with the specific intention of becoming a feudal lord. If he owned the land, he reasoned, he was the law. At Ferney, he would not just be a writer, he would be a patriarch. He would build a church just to annoy the bishop. He would drain the swamps. He would build a theatre. And he would finally, at the age of 64, stop running. But before he could settle into the role of the patriarch of Ferney, he had to exorcise the ghost of Lisbon. He sat down in his study, dipped his quill in the darkest ink he could find, and began to write the opening lines of the book that would make him immortal. In the castle of Baron Thunder ten Tronckh in Westphalia. The tragedy of the earthquake was about to be transmuted into the comedy of Candide. The screams of the dying would become the laughter of the reader, a laughter that does not mock the victims, but mocks the arrogance of trying to explain their pain. The debris of Lisbon had cleared the ground for the most dangerous book of the century. In the quiet, snow-dusted winter of 1758, inside the study of Les Délices, Voltaire began to write with the manic velocity of a man possessed. He was 64 years old, an age when most men of his century were dead or dozing by the fire. But he was experiencing a second youth fueled by pure crystalline rage. The result of this fever was a small manuscript, hardly bigger than a pamphlet, entitled Candide, or Optimism. Legend, fueled by Voltaire's own boastful exaggerations, claims he wrote it in 3 days, his pen flying so fast it nearly caught fire. Historians, looking at the heavily corrected drafts found in the 1950s, know it took several months of intense revision. But the legend captures the spiritual truth. Candide feels like a sprint. It reads like a breath held for too long and then expelled in a single, devastating laugh. The book is a picaresque nightmare, a greatest hits compilation of every horror Voltaire had witnessed or endured. The hero, Candide, is a gentle, empty-headed boy kicked out of a German castle, a mockery of his time in Prussia, for kissing the baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He wanders the world, accompanied by his tutor, Dr. Pangloss, a man who insists, despite every evidence to the contrary, that this is the best of all possible worlds. What follows is a relentless drumbeat of suffering. Candide is conscripted into the Bulgar army, the Prussians, where he witnesses a battle that is a butchery of heroic proportions. He escapes to Lisbon just in time for the earthquake. He is flogged by the Inquisition. He travels to South America, finds the mythical city of El Dorado, a utopia of reason and wealth, but leaves it because he is too human to be content with perfection. He loses everything. He finds Cunegonde again, but in a twist that subverts every romantic novel ever written. She has not remained beautiful. She is now washerwoman-worn, stringy, and irritable. The world has chewed her up. What makes Candide the most dangerous book of the 18th century is not the violence, but the tone. Voltaire does not weep over the tragedies. He accelerates them. Characters are hanged, dissected, drowned, and burned, but they keep bouncing back with the resilience of cartoons, only to suffer again. It is a slapstick tragedy. By speeding up the suffering, Voltaire strips it of its sentimental meaning. He forces the reader to see the raw, chaotic absurdity of life. Pangloss, with his syphilis and his missing nose, continues to philosophize that private misfortunes make for public welfare, a mockery of the high-minded theories of Leibniz that Voltaire now despised. It was a direct attack on the idea that we should accept our lot. Voltaire was shouting, "No, the world is not a clockwork mechanism of good. It is a chaotic mess, and we are alone in it." The publication of Candide in early 1759 was a military operation. Voltaire knew the censors would hunt this book down with unprecedented zeal. It attacked kings, priests, armies, and philosophers. So, he utilized the network he had built over 40 years. He arranged for a simultaneous launch. On a specific day in January, thousands of copies appeared in bookstores in Paris, London, Amsterdam, and Geneva, all at the exact same moment. It was the first global book launch in history. The police were overwhelmed. By the time they raided one bookshop, 5 others had sold out. The book was printed on cheap paper, easily hidden in pockets and muffs. It was credited to a Dr. Ralph, a fictitious German author. Voltaire naturally denied everything. "I have finally read this Candide," he wrote to a friend with feigned shock. "It is a devilish work. I could never have written such indecency." The world devoured it. It is estimated that Candide sold 20,000 copies in the first month, a blockbuster in an era of hand presses. It was denounced from pulpits, which only increased sales. It was debated in salons. It made people laugh, but it left a bitter aftertaste. The ending of the book, in particular, puzzled and fascinated readers. After traveling the world and suffering every indignity, Candide and his ragtag group of survivors settle on a small farm near Constantinople. Pangloss tries once again to explain how all their suffering was necessary for the cosmic balance. Candide interrupts him with the most famous line in French literature. "That is well said, but we must cultivate our garden. Il faut cultiver notre jardin." Scholars have spent 2.5 centuries arguing over what Voltaire meant. Is it a retreat? A defeat? Is he saying we should hide from the world and just grow cabbages? Or is it a call to action? For Voltaire, the answer lay in the dirt. He had come to believe that work keeps at bay 3 great evils: boredom, vice, and need. To cultivate one's garden is not to hide. It is to create a small pocket of order in a universe of chaos. We cannot fix the earthquake in Lisbon. We cannot stop the war in Prussia. But we can plant a tree. We can drain a swamp. We can improve the square mile of earth on which we stand. It was a philosophy of pragmatic defiance. And Voltaire, being Voltaire, did not just write the metaphor. He bought it. In late 1758, seeking a sanctuary that was safer than Geneva, where the Calvinists were burning his books alongside the Catholics. He purchased the estate of Ferney. It was located just inside the French border, 4 miles from Geneva. The location was a stroke of strategic genius. If the French police came, he could hop in a carriage and be in the Swiss Republic in 20 minutes. If the Swiss magistrates came, he could retreat into France. He was straddling the line, a king of the borderlands. But the estate itself was a disaster. When he arrived, Ferney was a swampy, poverty-stricken hamlet of 40 peasants living in hovels. The chateau was a drafty ruin. The land was overgrown with brambles. A lesser man would have seen a money pit. Voltaire saw a canvas. He looked at the mud and saw the final chapter of his life. He was 65. He was rich. He was famous. And he was tired of words. He wanted to do something real. He wanted to prove that Candide was not just a story. He wrote to his banker, "I have been a poet, a historian, and a philosopher. Now I am a gardener." He attacked Ferney with the same manic energy he had used to attack the Bible at Cirey. He hired architects. He ordered lumber. He walked the fields in his dressing gown, pointing with his cane, directing the drainage of the marshes. He declared that he would turn this wretched hamlet into a thriving town. He was not just cultivating a garden. He was cultivating a society. He invited the poor, the skilled, and the persecuted to join him. He was building his own Constantinople, his own El Dorado, right there in the mud of the French provinces. As the year 1759 drew to a close, the patriarch stood on the terrace of his half-built chateau, looking out over the Alps. He held a copy of Candide in his hand, a book that was currently being burned in Paris and read by everyone. He had destroyed the old world with his laughter. Now, with his shovel, he was going to build a new one. The wanderer had finally stopped moving. The exile had found his kingdom, and the world was about to learn that a philosopher with a plough is far more dangerous than a philosopher with a pen. Voltaire's arrival at Ferney was not a retirement. It was a colonization. He did not come to rest. He came to rule. The estate he purchased in 1759 was a collection of miserable hovels populated by a few dozen peasants crushed by feudal taxes and debts. The soil was boggy, the roads were impassable, and the local economy was non-existent. To the local bishop, Voltaire was the Antichrist coming to poison the countryside. To the peasants, he was just another landlord, likely to be as cruel as the last. They were wrong. They were about to witness a miracle of economics and ego. Voltaire, the man who had spent a lifetime criticizing how kings ran their countries, finally had a chance to show them how it should be done. He threw himself into the project with the zeal of a startup founder. He was up at dawn, supervising the draining of the swamps. He built a new chateau, not a fortress, but a welcoming manor house with wide windows looking out toward the Alps. He tore down the rotting huts of the villagers and built them solid stone houses. He paved the roads. But his true genius lay in his understanding that charity is not enough. People need industry. He realized that the soil of Ferney was too poor for great agriculture, so he decided to manufacture luxury. He invited watchmakers from Geneva, men who were being stifled by the Calvinist city's strict regulations, to set up shop in his village. He built them a factory. He loaned them money at 0 interest. He utilized his immense fame to market their wares, sending watches to his friends, the Empress of Russia, the King of France, the ambassadors of Europe. "Buy a watch from Ferney," he wrote to the world, "and you help a poor man feed his family." It was the first instance of ethical consumerism, orchestrated by the most famous brand ambassador in the world. Ferney transformed. Within a few years, the population exploded from 40 to 1,200. The silence of the swamp was replaced by the ticking of watches and the weaving of silk stockings. Voltaire was everywhere, settling disputes, lending money, even acting as a matchmaker for young couples. He called himself the innkeeper of Europe. His home became a hotel for the Enlightenment. Visitors flocked to see the patriarch. They came from England, Russia, Italy, and America. James Boswell came. Casanova came. They found Voltaire in his garden, a skeletal figure in a wig and dressing gown, eyes burning with intelligence, directing a gardener to plant a tree upside down just to see what would happen. He held court not in a palace, but in a farmyard, surrounded by his colony of happy, productive citizens. But the garden of Ferney was also a fortress of free speech. Secure on his own land, Voltaire unleashed a blizzard of pamphlets. He established a printing press in the village, churning out thousands of tracts, attacking religious intolerance and judicial cruelty. He signed them with pseudonyms: the Rabbi of Amsterdam, the Chaplain of the King of Prussia, a good citizen. Everyone knew it was him, but the pretense allowed him a layer of legal deniability. He was fighting a guerrilla war against l'infâme, the infamous thing, the organized bigotry of the church and state. Every morning, he would drink his coffee and declare, "What shall we destroy today?" One might think that a man so busy building a town would have no time for individual tragedies. But it was precisely now, in the midst of his success, that Voltaire took on the case that would define his moral legacy. He had spent his life fighting for ideas. Now he decided to fight for a person. In 1762, a rumor reached Ferney from the southern city of Toulouse. A young man named Marc-Antoine Calas had been found hanged in his father's shop. The local mob, fueled by religious hatred, decided that the father, Jean Calas, a Protestant merchant, had murdered his son to prevent him from converting to Catholicism. It was a lie. The boy had likely committed suicide due to gambling debts. But the truth had no place in a riot. Jean Calas was arrested, tortured, and broken on the wheel. He died protesting his innocence to the last breath. The family was ruined, the daughters locked in convents, the mother left destitute. When Voltaire first heard the story, he was skeptical. He assumed, like many, that where there was smoke, there was fire. But something about the case nagged at him. He invited the surviving son, Donat Calas, to Ferney. He listened to the boy's story. He looked into his eyes, and with the instinct of a seasoned dramatist, he realized the horror of the truth. An innocent man had been legally murdered by a fanatic society. This was not a philosophical debate. This was blood. Voltaire's garden suddenly felt too small. He realized that cultivating his own patch of earth was not enough if the world outside was still burning people alive. He decided to intervene. He did not go to Toulouse. That would have been suicide. But he went to the court of public opinion. He turned Ferney into the headquarters of the Calas affair. He hired lawyers. He wrote letters to the King's Council. He published a treatise on tolerance, a masterpiece of logic and passion that dissected the trial and exposed the prejudices of the judges. He shamed the nation. he made it impossible for the nobility to ignore the injustice. It is better to risk saving a guilty person than to condemn an innocent one, he wrote, a principle that echoes in every modern courtroom. For 3 years, he did not let the matter rest. He badgered the authorities until, in a stunning reversal, the King's Council in Paris annulled the verdict. In 1765, Jean Calas was posthumously exonerated. The king paid compensation to the family. It was a victory that shook Europe. For the first time in history, a writer, a man with no official power, no army, no title, had forced the state to admit a mistake. Voltaire had invented the role of the public intellectual. He showed that the pen could indeed stop the sword. The victory energized him. He became the Don Quixote of the oppressed. He took on other cases, the servant family, the Chevalier de la Barre. He became the court of last appeal for the victims of the Ancien Regime. People wrote to him from all over France, begging for his help. Right to Voltaire became the cry of the desperate. He was old, he was sick, he was dying, or so he said every day. But he never stopped. He had discovered that the ultimate purpose of his genius was not to amuse the rich, but to protect the weak. As the sun set over the Jura Mountains, casting long shadows across the thriving village of Ferney, the old man would walk among his trees. He was no longer the monkey of the salons or the chamberlain of the king. He was something new. He was the conscience of Europe. He had proved that one man, armed with wit and a printing press, could hold back the tide of darkness. He had cultivated his garden, yes, but he had made sure the gates were open. And as he looked at the prosperous, happy people of his village, Protestants and Catholics working side by side, he knew that his experiment had worked. Tolerance was not just a nice idea, it was the only way to live. But even as he savored the peace of Ferney, the siren song of the city he had left decades ago began to whisper again. Paris, the heart of the beast, was waiting for its prodigal son. What Ferney reveals, softly but unmistakably, is that Voltaire finally discovered a form of power he could live with. Responsibility without domination. He did not rule by decree nor by fear, but by example, persuasion, and relentless involvement. This mattered because it transformed criticism into construction. After a lifetime of tearing down illusions, he learned how to build something real. There is a gentle parallel here with Thomas Jefferson at Monticello, or with monastic communities in the early Middle Ages, small intentional worlds created as proofs of concept, while larger societies remained violent or unjust. These places did not conquer empires, they outlasted them. Ferney was such a place, not perfect, but humane. Some historians argue that Voltaire's benevolence was also self-serving, that his generosity reinforced his ego as much as it relieved suffering. That may be true. Yet history often advances through imperfect motives. What matters is the outcome. Lives improved, injustices reversed, fear challenged by persistence. As Voltaire walks his garden at dusk, one question lingers quietly for us. Is changing the world best done by shouting at it, or by patiently building an alternative in plain sight? The victory in the Calas affair was a triumph, a moment when the light of reason seemed to pierce the heavy fog of prejudice. But for Voltaire, it was not a signal to rest. It was a signal that the rot went deeper than he had imagined. He had cut off one head of the Hydra, but the beast was still alive, coiling through the courtrooms and cathedrals of France. The Patriarch of Ferney realized that the death of Jean Calas was not an isolated accident. It was a symptom of a systemic disease, a fusion of judicial cruelty and religious fanaticism that he famously christened l'infâme, the infamous thing. From his study in the shadow of the Alps, he began to sign his letters with a militant abbreviation: Écriquez l'infouilleux, écrasez l'infâme, crush the loathsome thing. It was no longer a philosophical debate, it was a crusade. And just as the applause for the callous verdict was fading, a new horror emerged from the north of France that would test his resolve to the breaking point and stain the twilight of the Enlightenment with the blood of a child. In 1766, in the gloomy, rain-swept town of Abbeville, a 19-year-old nobleman named the Chevalier de la Barre was arrested. His crime was not murder, nor treason, nor theft. His crime was a failure of gesture. A religious procession had passed by, carrying the host, and La Barre, standing on a bridge with a friend, had failed to doff his hat. He had also been accused of singing bawdy songs and reciting satirical verses. In a sane world, this would be a matter for a stern lecture from a priest. In the nervous, reactionary atmosphere of 1760s France, it became a capital offense. The judges, eager to prove their piety, sentenced the boy to a punishment from the Dark Ages. His tongue was to be torn out, his right hand cut off, and his body burned at the stake. When the news reached Ferney, Voltaire physically collapsed. The savagery of the sentence was bad enough, but there was a detail in the report that struck him like a dagger in the chest. When the executioner had thrown the boy's body onto the pyre, he had thrown a book in with him, a small banned book that had been found in La Barre's room. It was Voltaire's philosophical dictionary. The state was not just burning a boy. They were burning him because he read Voltaire. The patriarch was overcome with a terrifying guilt. He wrote to his friends in a panic, speaking of fleeing to England, to Pennsylvania, to anywhere that didn't kill children for not taking off their hats. "This is not the land of the tiger," he wrote, trembling with rage. "It is the land of the monkey becoming a tiger." The La Barre affair changed the tone of Voltaire's final years. The playfulness of Candide evaporated, replaced by a cold, hard fury. He understood now that books were not just amusements. They were accomplices. If his words had helped lead a boy to the stake, he would use those words to burn down the system that lit the match. He worked with a frantic, demonic energy. He slept 4 hours a night. He drank coffee by the pot. He unleashed a flood of pamphlets, dialogues, and encyclicals, flooding Paris with illegal literature. He defended the servant family, another Protestant clan, accused of murder, managing to save them from the fate of Calas. He became the Attorney General of the human race. Yet, amidst this darkness, life at Ferney had a surreal, carnival quality. Voltaire was the most famous man in the world, and the world came to his doorstep. He was the innkeeper of Europe. The road to his estate was clogged with carriages. Kings, princes, philosophers, and curious tourists made the pilgrimage to see the legend in the flesh. They found a tiny, skeletal old man with eyes that burned like coals, dressed in a mismatched outfit of silk and wool, often wearing a nightcap. He played the role to perfection. He would feign illness to avoid boring guests, only to leap out of bed and talk for hours if someone interesting arrived. One of these visitors was the young James Boswell, the future biographer of Johnson. He sat with Voltaire in his drawing room, pressing him on the nature of the soul and the existence of God. Voltaire, weary of metaphysics, but charmed by the young Scot's earnestness, pointed to the sky and said, "I believe in a God who is the father of all men, not the tyrant of a few." To prove his point, he did something audacious. He built a church in Ferney. It was a thumb in the eye of the local bishop. On the facade, he had inscribed the words, Deo erexit Voltaire, erected to God by Voltaire. It was the only church in Christendom dedicated to God alone rather than a saint. By placing his name in big letters next to the creators, he was suggesting a direct relationship, cutting out the middlemen of Rome. It was the ultimate act of deist branding. But for all the visitors, for all the acclaim, there was a hollowness in his heart. Ferney was a kingdom, yes, but it was a kingdom of exile. Voltaire was French to his marrow. He missed the Seine. He missed the Comédie Française. He missed the specific, chaotic energy of Paris. He had been away for nearly 30 years. A generation had grown up, knowing him only as a myth, a distant voice thundering from the mountains. He began to feel the pull of the capital, a gravity stronger than Newton's. He wanted to see his plays performed one last time. He wanted to see the city he had conquered, lost, and conquered again from afar. His friends warned him against it. The king, Louis XV, still hated him. The church still wanted him arrested. He was 83 years old, coughing blood, frail as a dried leaf. To travel to Paris was to court death. But Voltaire was bored with safety. "I have 83 years of life to carry," he told his physician, "and I want to deposit them in Paris." He framed the journey as a medical necessity, claiming he needed to consult the doctors of the capital. But everyone knew the truth. It was a victory lap. It was a final defiance. In February 1778, the decision was made. The carriage was packed. The patriarch said goodbye to his garden, to his watchmakers, to the church he had built. The villagers of Ferney wept as they watched him leave, sensing that the old man would not return. The journey was a slow, triumphant procession. In every town where the carriage stopped, crowds gathered to catch a glimpse of the man who had saved the Calais family. They didn't see a heretic. They saw a hero. By the time he reached the gates of Paris, the anticipation was at a fever pitch. The authorities were paralyzed. To arrest him would cause a riot. To ignore him was impossible. On February 10th, 1778, the carriage rolled into Paris. It was late afternoon. The sky was grey, but the streets were alive. Voltaire arrived at the hotel of the Marquis de Villette on the Quai des Théatins, now the Quai Voltaire. He stepped out, shivering in his heavy fur cloak, and looked at the city he had not seen since 1750. He was home. But he was not just returning to a city, he was returning to his apotheosis. The monkey had become a monument. The final act of the drama was about to begin, and it would be played out not in a theater, but on the stage of the entire nation. The fires of the Labarre execution were cold, but the fire in the old man's mind was burning brighter than ever, ready to consume the capital in one last, glorious blaze of adulation. The return of Voltaire to Paris in February 1778 was not a visit, it was a siege. No sooner had his carriage come to a halt in the courtyard of the Marquis de Villette's townhouse than the city exploded. The news raced through the muddy streets and the gilded salons. He is here. The man who had been a ghost for 30 years, the man who had defined the century, was suddenly flesh and blood, breathing the same smog as the rest of them. The crowds began to gather at the corner of the Rue de Beaune and the Quai des Théatins, a shifting, murmuring ocean of Parisians waiting for a glimpse of the patriarch. They were not just the wealthy. They were apprentices, shopkeepers, students, and beggars. The police, usually so quick to disperse mobs, stood back, paralyzed by the sheer moral weight of the moment. To arrest Voltaire now would be like arresting the sunset. The king at Versailles, Louis XIII's grandson, Louis XVI, sulked in his palace, refusing to acknowledge the visitor. But he was powerless. The true king of France had just taken up residence on the left bank. Inside the house, the atmosphere was chaotic. Voltaire was 83 years old, a bundle of brittle bones and nervous energy, coughing blood and complaining of fever. Yet he received visitors with the stamina of a man half his age. The levee was endless. 300 people called on the first day alone. Academicians, duchesses, actors, and philosophers filed past his chair as if he were a holy relic. He greeted them all with a flash of the old wit, a bony hand extended to be kissed. "I am being stifled by roses," he quipped, a line that captured the suffocating beauty of his final act. He was dying. But in Paris, one does not simply die. One performs. Among the stream of pilgrims was a figure who represented the future as clearly as Voltaire represented the fight of the past. Benjamin Franklin. The American envoy was in Paris seeking support for his revolution, and the meeting between the two men became an instant legend. Franklin brought his grandson for a blessing. The room went silent. It was the meeting of the old world's skepticism and the new world's hope. Voltaire, speaking in English, placed his thin hands on the boy's head and pronounced a benediction that was stripped of all theology but full of faith, God, and liberty. It was a secular sacrament. The onlookers wept. It was as if the Enlightenment was formally passing the torch across the Atlantic, acknowledging that the ideas hatched in Cirey and Ferney were now being forged into a nation in Philadelphia. But the crescendo of this apotheosis took place on March 30th, 1778, a night that historians cite as the moment the Ancien Regime unwittingly crowned its own destroyer. It was the premiere of his latest tragedy, Irène, at the Comédie Française. Voltaire was urged by his doctors to stay in bed. The excitement, they warned, would kill him. He ignored them. He dressed in a coat of crimson velvet, lined with ermine, placed a large grey wig on his head, and climbed into a carriage painted a shocking celestial blue, covered in gold stars. As the carriage moved towards the theatre, the crowd was so thick that the horses could barely walk. People climbed onto the wheels. They kissed the door handles. They reached out to touch his cloak, as if he were a saint who could cure scrofula. "Long live Voltaire," they roared. "Long live the defender of Calas." It is significant that they did not cheer for the poet. They cheered for the activist. They cheered for the man who had stopped the torturers. When he entered the theater, the performance stopped. The entire audience, aristocrats in the boxes, commoners in the pit, rose as one. The applause was a physical force, a thunderclap that lasted for 20 minutes. Voltaire, frail and trembling, bowed to the boxes, to the pit, to the actors. He took his seat in the box of the gentlemen of the bedchamber, but the crowd would not let him hide. "The crown, they chanted. An actor brought a laurel wreath to his box and placed it on his head. Voltaire tried to resist, his eyes filling with tears. "Do you wish to kill me with glory?" he murmured. The curtain rose, but the play itself was irrelevant. Irene is not a great work. It is the tired echo of a genius. But that night, every line was cheered as if it were Shakespeare. When the final curtain fell, the curtain rose again to reveal a spectacle never before seen in the house of Molière. The actors had placed a bust of Voltaire on a pedestal in the center of the stage. Still in their costumes, they gathered around it and crowned the marble head with laurels while the audience wept and cheered. Madame Vestris, the lead actress, stepped forward and read a poem in his honor. It was a canonization. In a country where the king was the only source of official glory, the people had just created their own deity. Voltaire, watching his own statue being worshipped, must have felt a supreme ironic satisfaction. He had spent his life mocking idols, and now he had become one. He left the theater in a daze, carried back to the blue carriage on a wave of adrenaline. The crowd followed him home with torches singing his praises. He sat in the darkness of the coach, exhausted, perhaps realizing that this was the peak. There was nowhere to go from here but the grave. "They wish to bury me," he whispered to his secretary, "but they do not know where." He was right to worry. Amidst the flowers and the cheers, the vultures were circling. The Catholic Church was watching this spectacle with cold fury. The Archbishop of Paris, Christophe de Beaumont, was determined to deny Voltaire a Christian burial unless he signed a full, humiliating retraction of his life's work. The Patriarch was playing a dangerous game. He wanted to be buried in holy ground, not for religious reasons, but to avoid the fate of Adrien Lecouvreur, thrown into a ditch. He wanted the dignity of a tomb. So, in the weeks following the theater triumph, a grotesque dance began. Priests visited his bedside, urging him to confess. Voltaire parried them with the last reserves of his wit. When a priest asked him if he recognized the divinity of Christ, Voltaire reportedly turned his face to the wall and muttered, "In the name of God, sir, do not talk to me of that man." His health collapsed under the weight of the adulation. The roses had indeed stifled him. He was coughing blood. He was in agony from prostate cancer. He was delirious from the opium given to ease the pain. The bright, sharp mind that had illuminated the century was flickering. He had moments of clarity where he dictated letters, still fighting, still organizing. He tried to start a project to revise the French dictionary, claiming he couldn't die until the language was fixed. But the body, which he had mocked and fretted over for 83 years, was finally foreclosing on the loan. May arrived, bringing the soft spring light of Paris that he loved so much, but Voltaire lived in the twilight of the sick room. The crowd still gathered outside, but the cheering had turned to a vigil. The blue carriage gathered dust in the stables. Inside the Hôtel de Villette, the silence was broken only by the whispers of doctors and the persistent, nagging questions of the Abbé Gaultier, a priest who was trying to extract a confession. Voltaire signed a vague statement asking forgiveness from God and the Church if he had offended them, a loyally ambiguity to the end. He refused to give the Archbishop the total surrender he demanded. He would die as he lived, on his own terms. On the night of May 30th, 1778, the end came. He was surrounded by his niece, his friends, and the ghosts of 1,000 battles. The priest Gautier leaned in one last time, asking the dying man to renounce Satan and all his works. Voltaire, opening one eye, looked at the priest and delivered his final, legendary, and possibly apocryphal punchline. Now is not the time to make new enemies. Whether he said it or not, the sentiment was pure Voltaire. He slipped away just before midnight. The candle was blown out. The voice that had shaken kings, defended the innocent, and taught Europe to laugh at its own nightmares was silent. But the farce was not quite over. The Archbishop of Paris, true to his threat, issued an order forbidding any priest in the city to bury him. The body of the greatest Frenchman was contraband. His friends, terrified that he would be desecrated, had to act fast. They could not mourn, they had to smuggle. The man who had spent his life escaping in carriages had one last escape to make. They dressed his corpse in a dressing gown, propped him up in a carriage like a sleeping traveler, and drove him out of Paris in the dead of night, racing toward the Abbey of Celières in Champagne, where a sympathetic abbot had agreed to bury him before the bishop's order arrived. He was a fugitive even in death. The carriage carrying the mortal remains of Voltaire rumbled through the champagne-colored dawn of May 31st, 1758, moving with a desperate, jolting speed that belied the stillness of its passenger. It was a macabre race against the post-horses of the Archbishop. If the Bishop of Troyes received the order from Paris forbidding the burial before the body was in the ground, the great philosopher would be cast into a common field. The nephew of Voltaire, the Abbé Mignot, who was the commendatory abbot of Celières, rode ahead, terrified and determined. They arrived at the abbey around noon. The monks, bewildered by the sudden arrival of the famous heretic, were told that the dying man had confessed and requested Christian burial. Mignot did not give them time to check the paperwork. He ordered the grave to be dug immediately in the choir of the church, the most sacred spot. The service was rushed, the prayers were mumbled, and the stone was lowered. Just moments after the last shovel of earth was patted down, a messenger arrived from the bishop forbidding the interment. Mignot, wiping the sweat from his brow, simply pointed to the floor. "It is too late," he might have said. The church could excommunicate the living, but it could not easily dig up the dead. Voltaire had won his final argument by a matter of minutes. For 13 years, he lay in the quiet obscurity of the abbey, while the world above him caught fire. The revolution he had predicted, but not the one he wanted, erupted in 1789. The Bastille, his old alma mater, was torn down stone by stone. The feudal rights he had fought against at Ferney were abolished. The church he had mocked was stripped of its power. A new generation of radicals, men like Robespierre and Danton, looked to Voltaire as a spiritual father. They forgot his distrust of mobs and his love of order. They remembered only his war against tyranny. In 1791, the revolutionary government, the National Assembly, decided that the patriarch belonged to the nation. They ordered his body to be brought back to Paris, not as a corpse, but as a conqueror. The return of Voltaire in July 1791 was the grandest theatrical production of the century. The procession stretched for miles. His coffin was placed on a massive neoclassical chariot designed by the artist Jacques-Louis David, drawn by 12 white horses. The sarcophagus was inscribed with a simple, thundering epitaph: poet, historian, philosopher. He magnified the human spirit and taught it to be free. As the chariot moved through the streets of Paris, hundreds of thousands of people watched in silence. They stopped at the house of the Marquis de Villette, where he had died. They stopped at the Comédie Française, and finally, they arrived at the church of Sainte-Geneviève, which the revolutionaries had renamed the Pantheon, a secular temple for the great men of France. There, in the cool, echoing crypt, Voltaire was laid to rest. But the irony of history was not yet done with him. A few years later, the body of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, his great rival, the man he had mocked, the man whose sentimental philosophy he despised, was brought to the Pantheon and placed in the tomb directly opposite his. It is one of the most poetic jokes in the history of philosophy. The two men who had spent their lives arguing about the nature of God and civilization were condemned to spend eternity staring at each other in the dark. A later visitor, the poet Victor Hugo, would stand between the two tombs and remark that these two skulls harbor the whole of the revolution. For a century, a legend persisted that the tombs were empty. It was whispered that after the restoration of the monarchy in 1814, vengeful ultra-royalists had broken into the crypt in the dead of night, stolen the bones of Voltaire and Rousseau, and dumped them into a pit of quicklime on a waste ground outside Paris, a final, belated fulfillment of the threat to Adrien Lecouvreur. The rumor was so persistent that in 1897 a commission was formed to open the sarcophagus. They lifted the heavy stone lid. Inside, they found the skeleton of Voltaire. It was largely intact, though the skull had fallen back, perhaps laughing at the final absurdity of the investigation. He was still there. The man of the Iron Mask had become the man of the Pantheon, secure in the heart of the Republic he helped to dream into existence. His legacy, however, is not in the bones. It is in the air. Voltaire left no single system of philosophy. He was not a builder of castles like Kant or Hegel. He was a breaker of chains. He left us a posture. The tilt of the head that questions authority, the half-smile that disarms fanaticism, the refusal to believe that pain is necessary or that kings are divine. He taught us that the most powerful weapon against the devil is not a sword, but a joke. He taught us that tolerance is not a weakness, but the only rigorous logic for a crowded planet. Today, if you visit Fernie, you can still see the trees he planted, grown tall and thick. If you visit the Pantheon, you can see the statue of him, leaning forward, a quill in his hand, looking as if he is about to interrupt the tour guide with a correction. He remains the patron saint of the uncomfortable question. In a world that often seems to be sliding back into the dogma and tribalism he fought, his voice is not a dusty echo. It is a startlingly modern bell. He reminds us that civilization is fragile, that reason must be cultivated like a garden, and that while we cannot eliminate the earthquake, we can at least stop burning the survivors. The ink is dry now. The letters are folded. The battles of the 18th century have faded into the quiet hum of history. The wigs, the swords, the carriages, and the kings have all turned to dust, leaving only the ideas that sparked them. Voltaire has stopped running. The exile is over. He has found his rest, not in the heaven of the priests, but in the memory of the free. The candle that burned in the long gallery of Cirey, the lamp that lit the stage of the Comédie Française, and the fire that warmed the hearth at Ferney have all merged into a single, steady light. It is a soft light, gentle enough to read by, bright enough to see the path ahead. It is the light of a mind that refused to sleep so that we could finally, safely, rest. Now, let the heavy velvet curtain of history fall gently across the stage. The applause of the Paris crowds has faded into the soft rustle of leaves in the garden of Fernie. The arguments of the philosophers have softened into a lullaby. The great wheels of the 18th century, the printing presses, the carriage wheels, the clocks of Versailles, have slowed to a halt. You do not need to fight for justice tonight. You do not need to cultivate your garden tonight. The work is done. The books are shelved. The ink has been wiped from the fingers. Feel the quiet settle over you like a warm, heavy quilt. The world is vast and old, and it has weathered many storms, just as Voltaire did, and it is still here. There is a time for wit and a time for silence. There is a time for questioning and a time for accepting the peace of the dark. Let your mind drift away from the courts and the prisons, away from the noise of the day, and float into the safe, starless void where no questions are asked. You are safe. The history is written. The past is a guardian that watches over you, but it does not demand your attention anymore. Sleep now. Drift into the cultivation of your own dreams. Good night.